Chapter 1381. With Yi Chen's instructions, Xiao He immediately turned invisible. The moment it carried everyone through the atmosphere, Xiao He's figure disappeared. The mountains and rivers on the surface of the earth immediately appeared in everyone's line of sight, and the countless skyscrapers gradually became clear. At the same time, incomparably rich world essence qi rushed over, and the spirit qi in the air was visible to the naked eye. It has changed. Yi Chen was extremely shocked when he sensed the changes. Compared to before we left, the spiritual energy on Earth is even denser now. Not bad. Old ancestor Yellow Spring closed his eyes and sensed for a while. He nodded and said, "The density of the spiritual qi here is not any weaker than the firmament purple world." What happened? Why do I feel like my cultivation is fading away? Hall, Master Beiyun, and the others' expressions changed at the same time. A soul formation final stage, Cultivator seemed to be terrified. My cultivation base is the same. It's as if there's a pair of giant hands sucking away the spirit energy within my body. It's as if our spirit energy and cultivation bases are all fading away. Another soul formation, intermediate stage, Cultivator said in a trembling voice. Me too. Everyone else was stunned by this strange change. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. Ever since he lost the third drop of heart blood in his body, his cultivation base had been regressing, so he did not notice the change. He could not help but look at Patriarch Yellow Spring. Patriarch Yellow Spring had a grave expression on his face. He took a deep breath and said, "My cultivation base is also regressing, but the speed is very slow. How could this be?" Everyone was terrified. They had never experienced something like this before. Yi Chen closed his eyes immediately when he heard that. He sensed the changes in the dark. Then he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly opened his eyes. The laws of Earth have changed. The laws of heaven and Earth have changed. With his reminder, Patriarch Yellow Spring also came to his senses. He said in a deep voice, "The rules of Earth's heaven and Earth are suppressing us." After saying that, he could not help but explain, "In reality, our cultivation and cultivation haven't regressed, but we've been suppressed by the laws of the world on Earth, giving us a sense of danger and illusion. Not bad." Yi Chen nodded lightly and said, "You can understand this change as Earth increasing its own defense mechanism. The higher one's cultivation base is, the more obvious the feeling will be. This star is too unpredictable." Everyone else felt their hair stand on end. Although their cultivations hadn't truly regressed, the feeling of being suppressed by the laws was even more terrifying. Yi Chen took a look at everyone's changes and came to a conclusion in the end. It seems like the laws of heaven and Earth on Earth reject people with profound cultivation base. If late-stage God transformation stage makes people panic, then Great Perfection God transformation stage and Void refinement stage will make their hair stand on end. As Little Black got closer and closer to the surface, it became more and more strenuous. Not to mention the rapid consumption of spiritual power. Even its own gravity had skyrocketed countless times. As expected, the laws have changed. Yi Chen extended his hand and gathered the spiritual energy within a radius of 300 meters. He secretly frowned. Usually, I can gather spiritual energy within a radius of 300 meters with the same ability. However, I can only gather 300 meters now. Not only that, even the law of gravity has changed. The Patriarch of Hell threw a heavy object into the sea on the ground. The heavy object fell at a speed that surpassed the speed of light, completely violating the previous laws of gravity and Newton. 100,000 meters, 90,000 meters, 80,000 meters. Soon, Little Black carried everyone to a height of less than 1,000 meters from the ground. Then, it stopped descending and stabilized itself at an altitude of 10,000 meters. What is this place? Everyone stared at the ground below and saw a boundless grassland. At that moment, there were countless mutated beasts on the grassland. These mutated beasts were dozens of meters tall and extremely huge, especially a huge honey badger that looked like Brother Flat Top. It was fighting 4 ferocious pythons that were more than twice its size at the same time. Boom! Brother Flat Top roared furiously. It hugged a python with its claws and tore it into a bloody mist. It did not notice the existence in the sky. This is the African grassland. Yi Chin took a good look at the golden core Brother Flat Top and said to Little Black, fly northeast. At the same time his heart was heavy. In the past, the African honey badger, Brother Flat Top, who was indifferent to life and death in everyone's eyes, had mutated to a size of more than 10 meters. Moreover, it had a golden core cultivation base. He had only left Earth for a year and a half. Why did such a drastic change happen? China, Tianan Province, Lin City. When Little Black carried Yi Chin into the sky above Lin City, Yi Chin's expression was extremely complicated. It's changed. Everything has changed. He looked at the ground from the sky. All he saw were tall buildings that rose from the ground. There were modern buildings and retro pavilions in the air. Whether it was buildings or pavilions, there were thousands of meters tall. Any one of them could be compared to Mount Everest. On the ground, demonic beasts appeared on the streets in their original forms. They walked on their feet like humans, but the humans around them were not afraid. Instead, they laughed and got along with them. There was a middle school student in a school uniform who flew in the air on 2 legs. He seemed to be in a hurry to get to school. A delivery man flew on his sword and landed in front of a villa. He took out a barbecued meat the size of a calf from his storage ring. Then he took a few spirit stones and left on his sword again. An old man in the park in his 70s or 80s was practicing Tai Chi in front of everyone. Every move he made was a phenomenon that contained the secret of Tai Chi. In just over a year, he could not believe the changes that had happened to his former homeland. He was not the only one. Even Yi Hai Wulan and the rest behind him looked unfamiliar. This was too different from the homeland that they thought about day and night. Both of them suspected that Little Black had gone the wrong way. Su Yuhan grabbed Yi Chen's hand by instinct and said while biting her lip, "Yi Chen, is this Lin City?" "Maybe." Yi Chin smiled with a complicated expression. He was not sure. Then he said to Little Black, "Little Black, let's go to 9 Dragons Bay." 9 Dragons Bay was Yi Chen's second home after he returned from the immortal world. The villa was a gift from Old Master Gu, a wealthy family in Tianan. After Yi Chin founded the Star Group, he bought all of 9 Dragons Bay. Before he left Earth, the Star Group had already become the #1 business overlord in the country, suppressing the 3 provinces in Tianan. I wonder how Yi Win and the rest are doing. Yi Chan was suddenly looking forward to it. Based on his memory, he gave Little Black a rough direction. Little Black was extremely fast. He arrived above 9 Dragons Bay in a few minutes. However, the scene that greeted him made Yi Chin furious. End of this chapter. Chapter 1382. The man-made lake that used to be protected by the man-made lake was now 9 Dragons Bay after Yi Chen's transformation. The spiritual energy was like fog and there were countless treasures. The holy land in everyone's eyes had now turned into a smelly ditch. The lake water was sticky black and countless household garbage floated on it. The villas and Jinshio spiritual mountain that were protected by the moat no longer existed. Instead, it was replaced by a factory that occupied dozens of kilometers. Chimneys that looked like pale furnaces stood tall. Black smoke filled the sky, and endless sewage was discharged into 9 Dragons Lake crazily, polluting not even a single plant. Yi Hai Wulan and the rest could not believe what they were seeing. This used to be their home, but now it had become someone else's factory. It had become a polluted place. Su Yuhan's heart ached. Yi Chen, is this 9 Dragons Bay? Why is this happening? Yi Chen's face was extremely livid. He felt like the rage in his heart was about to pour out. Where are Yi Win and the rest? Where's the Star Group? Before he left, he ordered Yi Win, Xiao Ye, Tang Ning, and the other core members of the Star Group to guard everything. How could the current scene not anger him? At his age, he could not help but take a deep breath in. He turned around and said to everyone, "Wait for me here. I'll go down and take a look." "Yi Chen." Su Yuhan stopped him. "I'll go with you? All right." Yi Chen held her weak hand. Subsequently, he landed on the ground with a flash. "It's changed." The two of them looked around, and they could not help but think of the grass and trees in the past. Their hearts sank to the extreme. "Yi Chen, look!" Su Yuhan pointed at the black, sticky lake. Her hand that was holding Yi Chen's trembled slightly. "Nine Dragons Lake used to be so beautiful. You even used the spiritual energy of Nine Dragons Lake to help me cultivate." Before this, she was looking forward to getting married with Yi Chen when they returned home. However, their home was gone now. That's right. Yi Chen raised his head and looked at the chimney that looked like a giant pillar that supported the sky. His heart trembled slightly. "I'm a little worried about Yi Wen and the rest now." Su Yuhan's eyelashes fluttered as she said worriedly, "With their personalities, how could they sit back and watch Nine Dragons Bay become like this?" Yi Chen patted her hand. Just when he was about to comfort her, he heard a shout from afar, "Who's there?" In an instant, a figure quickly flew towards the place where the two of them were. It was a woman in her 20s. She was dressed luxuriously and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. She exuded a lofty aura. The most eye-catching thing was that her cultivation base was at foundation building. She was holding a black mastiff in her hand. The fur on the mastiff's body was standing on end as it bared its teeth and barked at Yi Chen and Gulingji. The Tibetan mastiff was at the foundation establishment stage. Su Yuhan's face turned pale. She could not help but grab Yi Chen's hand by instinct. The Tibetan mastiff looked too ferocious. "Who are you people?" The lady glared coldly at Yi Chen and Chung Yu while holding the Tibetan mastiff. "Why are you sneaking around in my Chung family's factory? Could it be that you want to steal something?" "This is your Chung family's factory?" Yi Chen looked at her as if he was scrutinizing her. A barely noticeable flash flashed through his eyes. "Which Chung family?" "You don't even know the Chung family, one of the 3 wealthy families in Lin City." The lady's eyes turned cold as she thought that he was pestering her. "I'll ask you one last time. Who are you people? Why are you in my Chung family's factory?" Seeming to have sensed her impatience, the giant Tibetan mastiff next to her could not help but glare at Yi Chen and Gulingji ferociously. Yi Chen squinted at her with his grim eyes as if he did not hear her. "Where did the original owner of this place go?" "You bastard!" The lady's eyes turned cold as she was enraged. "Who do you think you are? How dare you ignore my questions again and again?" "Let's go, Yi Chen." Su Yuhan bit her red lip and pulled Yi Chen by instinct. Being kind, she did not want Yi Chen to have a conflict with others. "Go." The lady scoffed and blocked the duo's way. She said with killing intent in her eyes, "Everyone in Lin City knows that this is my Chung family's territory. Don't even think about leaving if you guys don't give me an explanation today." Yi Chen, who was supposed to move, stopped walking after hearing that. He looked at her expressionlessly from behind. "What, are you going to fight me?" The lady crossed her arms, seeming to be disdainful. "You be asterisk starred, you won't dare to touch me even if you have 10 guts. Otherwise, my Chung family will make you disappear from this world any time." "Oh." Yi Chen squinted and looked her up and down. "You keep mentioning the Chung family. I'd love to see what your family is capable of. You." The lady seemed to be laughing out of anger. She took a good look at him in slight disdain. "There's no need for my Chung family to do anything to kill you. Black Viper, teach this guy a lesson." She let go of the microphone in her hand as soon as she was done speaking. "Roar." The giant Tibetan mastiff that was initially sitting still roared and charged at Yi Chen. It was extremely fast, and a terrifying aura was released. "Lowly ant, if you kneel and apologize to me now, I might spare your life," A grin appeared at the corner of the lady's lips when she saw that. Hatred filled her face, as if she had seen Yi Qin being torn apart by the demonic beast that she reared. However, what happened in the next second made her smile freeze. He Ting stopped abruptly when he was about to approach Yi Qin. Then he lay on the ground heavily. His body could not stop trembling, as if he was extremely frightened. The lady urged, "Be asterisk star, get up now." Slap. At that moment, she felt her vision go black. Then a wide hand slapped her face hard, causing her to see stars. It was too fast, so fast that she could not react even though she was on foundation building. Slap, slap, slap. Another 3 slaps landed on her face. When the last slap landed, the lady staggered a few times. She covered her painful face and looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. "Bastard, why you dare to hit me?" When she, Cheng Lixue, walked out of the Cheng residence, she was like a high and mighty princess in this huge Lin city. Everyone dared to disrespect her. However, she was being hit now. Yi Chen smiled lightly. His smile looked like a spring breeze, but it was extremely cold. "Do you believe that I dare to kill you? Do you believe that I dare to kill you?" These extremely simple words exploded in Cheng Lixue's mind like rolling thunder, causing her to tremble with fear. She covered her face and tried to speak a few times. However, she swallowed her words as soon as they reached her mouth. She was really afraid that Yi Chen would kill her. Yi Chen glanced at her calmly, but his voice was firm. "Get your family's leader to see me here at this time tomorrow. Remember, I'll only give your family 1 day." He turned around slowly after saying that and left while holding Su Yuhan's hand gently. They disappeared from where they were within the blink of an eye. After that, Cheng Lixue finally recovered from her daze. Her eyes were immediately filled with extreme grievance, as well as a monstrous hatred. She clenched her teeth tightly and said viciously, "This is the first time I've been humiliated like this. Just you wait. I swear I'll kill you." End of this chapter. Chapter 1383. Yi Chen held Su Yuhan's hand and flew up without saying a word. However, those who knew him knew that it was a sign that he was extremely furious. Su Yuhan could not help but hold his hand tightly as if she sensed his emotions. She said softly, "Yi Chen, promise me that you won't get into a conflict with anyone unless it's absolutely necessary, okay?" There were tears in her eyes. "You're too hot-tempered. If you get into a conflict with someone, it'll definitely affect everything. It'll escalate. I don't have much time left. I just want you to stay by my side and live a peaceful life in the remaining time I have." She looked at Yi Chen almost begging as she spoke to this point. "Yi Chen, promise me. Don't let me die with regrets." "You won't die." Yi Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart as he looked at her pale face. "Trust me, you won't die." Subsequently, he took a deep breath in and said with a nod, "All right, I promise you that I won't do anything unless it's absolutely necessary." Su Yuhan smiled miserably. "How great would it be if we were ordinary people? Although we only have a few decades of life, at least we wouldn't have to bear so many responsibilities. We wouldn't have to face deception, killing, and robbing." Yi Chen's heart ached again when he heard that. Return to being an ordinary person? Was that possible? Cultivation was as deep as the ocean. The greater one's ability, the greater one's responsibility. How could it be easy to retreat? When Yi Chen and Su Yuhan returned 10,000 meters above the ground, Yi Hai could not help but ask, "Shachen, how's it going?" "It's changed." Yi Chen covered his mouth and coughed a few times. He hid the blood on his hand quietly and said with a dim gaze, "Our home has been taken by a wealthy family called the Cheng family." "Wealthy family?" Yi Hai was stunned at first. Then he thought about it and could not help but say, "Before we left, there wasn't such a wealthy family in Lin City. What should we do now?" Wu Lan was worried. She said while wiping her tears, "Our home is gone. I wonder where Yi Wen and the rest are." The Patriarch of Hell frowned slightly. "What should we do next?" He had seen what happened between Yi Chen and Chung Lishue on the ground earlier. He did not agree with what Yi Qin did. However, he sighed secretly as soon as he thought about Su Yuhan's body condition. Yi Chen said without thinking, "We've traveled a long way. The most important thing now is to find a place to settle down. At the same time, we'll understand the current situation and think of a way to find out about Yi Wen and the rest. All right." Patriarch Yellow Spring nodded. Yi Qin glanced at Temple Master Bei Yun and the rest again. "Everyone, it's not suitable for us to walk together. We're too big of a target. You guys should disperse. Inform me if there's any news." With that, he immediately took out a blank jade slip and engraved the information of Yi Wen and the rest into it. He handed it to the North Sea Hall Master. "These are the people I'm looking for. Tell me immediately if you meet them." "All right." Hall Master Baiming took the scroll and learned about Yi Wen's group. He then passed it to someone else. Everyone read it and memorized it. Yi Qin reminded them again. "The situation on Earth is unclear now. Everyone, please be careful. Don't expose yourself to avoid unnecessary trouble." Everyone nodded and left. The Patriarch Yellow Spring looked at Yi Qin and said while chuckling, "Fellow Yi, I won't disturb your family anymore. Just contact me if you need anything." With that, he turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the horizon. Yi Qin watched him leave. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He knew what the Patriarch was doing without thinking. "Let's go." In the end, he looked at his parents and the rest. Then he got Xiaohei to transform into a human and landed on the ground. After a few rounds of business, Yi Qin bought a house that looked like a courtyard house in the suburbs of Lin City. Even so, it still cost him 300 low-grade spirit stones. It was only then that everyone realized that Earth was really different from before. The currency in circulation had become spirit stones. It was equivalent to saying that the money Yi Qin used to store in his card had become a string of numbers. "Dad, Mom, rest here for now." After settling everything, Yi Qin said to his parents, "I'll bring Yuhan out for a walk." Wulan smiled and said, "Remember to buy more things for Yuhan." The eyes of the little girl in her arms lit up with anticipation. "Daddy, I want to go too." "You're not allowed to go anywhere." Wu Lan glared at her and said angrily, "Daddy and Mommy are going shopping. Are you going to be the third wheel?" "That's right. Look at how obedient your brother is. You should learn from him." Yi Hai was carrying Yi Chen's second child in his arms. The little girl had yet to be named. It was mainly because Yi Hai was more traditional. He said that naming was a big deal, so he had to read the family tree. In the past few days, the little girl had been feeding it with deer milk. It did not cry or make a fuss. It was just observing everything with its dark eyes. "My brother is a little kid." Meng Meng rolled her eyes. Meng Meng rolled her eyes. "He knows nothing but eating and sleeping every day." Yi Qin said with a straight face, "All right, listen to Grandpa and Grandma. Daddy and Mommy will be back soon. We'll buy you something to eat." The little girl nodded unwillingly. Yi Qin then led Su Yuhan out. Yi Wushuang and Xiaohei chose to stay at home. Compared to before, not only did Lin City undergo earth-shattering changes, but there were also skyscrapers rising from the ground. The urban area was expanding, and even the population density had increased countless times. Walking on the bustling street, Yi Chen and Su Yuhan saw people shouting at the top of their lungs with loudspeakers in every shop when they passed by the business district. If you want to cultivate, come to Green Mountain's summer training class. We have professional foundation building teachers. The subjects include alchemy, tool refinement, sword techniques. Don't worry, the students don't know how to internalize energy into their bodies. Please go to the Wanglong Education Institution. We'll take care of everything there. An opposing voice was heard as well. What's so great about cultivating? Martial Tao is the most powerful in the universe. Strength can break all methods. I'll smash all flying swords and magic tools with a single punch. Those from poor families who don't have the potential to cultivate, come to my Black Tortoise Martial Tao training class. Both parties seemed to be competing with each other. All sorts of shouts were heard from afar, stunning the passers-by. At that moment, a restaurant owner walked out with a scarf wrapped around his waist. You have to eat even if you don't have to abstain from eating. Welcome to our restaurant. We have 8 treasure spirit cranes, 1,000-year-old tortoise salad. It's changed a lot. Su Yuhan listened to the conversation quietly. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. She did not know if she should be happy or sad that Earth had become like this. Yi Chen's bright moonlight was parked on an electric pole by the road. There was an advertisement that offered a lot of money for children. End of this chapter. Chapter 1384. Wang XX gender. Female, 28 years old, 72 centimeters tall, voluptuous and charming. Trespassing on dual cultivation. My husband is a golden core stage ancestor. Because of his cultivation method, he castrated himself and lost his fertility. After discussion, I'm looking for a young, healthy, and talented local man to fulfill my dream of becoming a mother. If I'm satisfied with him, I'll immediately send 1,000 low-grade spirit stones as a deposit. If I get pregnant, I'll pay another 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. While Yi Chen was shocked, he was attracted by the advertisement on the other electric pole. The 5th branch of Lin City's wealthy Qing clan is looking for a son-in-law. The requirements are that the groom is between 25 to 35 years old, 8 meters tall, unmarried, and his cultivation base must not be lower than the early stage of foundation establishment. If both parties are suitable, the bride's family will immediately send 5,000 low-grade spirit stones and a middle-grade spirit weapon as dowry. The groom will also be provided with a cave abode of 100 square meters with complete facilities. Yi Chen could not help but force a smile after reading it. I wonder if I've returned to Earth. Instead, I've come to an unfamiliar world. Yi Chen, there's a wedding dress shop there. Su Yuhan looked far away. Her beautiful eyes that were initially dim lit up. Should we go and take a look? All right. Yi Chen smiled lightly when he met her expectant gaze. He held her hand and walked to the bridal shop in the distance. The name of the wedding dress shop was very poetic and fairy-like. It was called Immortal Couple Residence. Outside the wedding dress shop, there was a small formation that had an alarm and anti-theft function. Welcome, both of you. As soon as Yi Chen and Su Yuhan arrived at the door, a lady in luxurious clothes welcomed them. May I know if the two of you are here to try on your wedding dresses? The woman was only in her early 20s, but she was at the early stage of the spirit assembly state. Her facial features were extraordinary. Yi Chen nodded lightly. A token appeared in the former's hand immediately. Subsequently, he removed the formation before him and led Yi Chen in. The interior of the shop was not big and was about 100 square meters. There were many clothes racks arranged in an orderly manner with colorful wedding dresses hanging on them. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a dazzling lineup. There was a dust-repelling array set up on these clothes racks to prevent the wedding gowns from being contaminated by dust. What kind of wedding gown do you want? The lady sized Yi Chen up with a smile and introduced. Our wedding dresses are divided into magic tools, spirit tools, and treasure tools. They're divided into inferior grade, intermediate grade, superior grade, and supreme grade. At this point, she turned around and pointed at a snow-white wedding dress on a rack beside her. This wedding dress is a low-grade magic artifact. It was refined by a skilled craftsman using goose feathers plucked from a snow crane. It can resist water and fire, and it's worth 100 low-grade spirit stones. There are so many wedding dresses? Su Yuhan could not help but frown when she heard that. She seemed extremely surprised. At this moment, her feelings were extremely complicated. In the past, a wedding dress was just an ordinary dress used for weddings. She didn't expect it to become a magic tool now. She looked at Yi Chen by instinct as she thought to this point and asked, Yi Chen, what should we buy? It's up to you, Yi Chen said with a smile. Su Yuhan then turned her head to look at the lady. She bit her red lip and said, Sister, do you have any ordinary wedding gowns in your store? Ordinary wedding gowns? The lady was stunned at first, then the smile on her face turned colder. You too want the kind of wedding gowns that ordinary people wear, right? Yes, Su Yuhan nodded immediately. Her mindset was still the same as before. She only wanted to wear an ordinary wedding gown and marry Yi Chen. As for magic tools, they were worthless to her. I'm sorry. The lady stopped smiling and said coldly, We don't have such worthless things in our store. You guys have come to the wrong place. You should go to the slums. You can find what you want there. Su Yuhan seemed to sigh in disappointment. She turned around and said to Yi Chen, let's go. Yi Chen frowned. Just when he was about to leave with Su Yuhan, he saw two figures walking in. It was a man and a woman in their early 20s. They were dressed extraordinary, and they had the aura of a great family. The woman, who was initially impatient with Yi Chen and the rest, was delighted when she saw them. Qingyu, why are you guys here? Sister Qiao Na, I'm here with Qingbo to try on the wedding gown. The woman called Qingyu greeted them with a smile. It seems like your marriage is set. Qiao Na was extremely surprised. She looked at the young man called Qingbo and said, while smiling, Congratulations. I'll give you whichever one you like. Qingbo was the third-generation disciple of the Cheng family, one of the 3 wealthy families in Lin City. Although he did not have a high position in the Cheng family, he was still a member of the family. She, a wedding gown shop owner, could not afford to offend him. Qingyu suddenly glanced at Yi Chen and Qiao Na and asked, Sister Qiao Na, which one do they like? Them. Qiao Na's smile turned cold. They don't like anything. They came to me to buy the ordinary wedding gowns that people from the slums wear. Qingyu was extremely surprised to hear that. There was disdain in her eyes when she looked at Yi Chen and Qiao Na. Who would wear an ordinary wedding gown nowadays? The young man called Qingbo looked at Yi Chen wryly and said, Guys, I admire your courage. You guys came here to buy an ordinary wedding gown. Let's go! Yi Chen walked out of the store, while holding Su Yuhan's hand as if he did not see them. Qingbo's eyes turned slightly cold upon seeing that. He shouted immediately, Stop right there! As the Cheng family's disciple, when had he ever been ignored? Moreover, it was by these 2 lowly people who seemed to have come from the slums. Yi Chen turned his head to look at him. Su Yuhan tugged the corner of his shirt immediately. Let's go. Let's go. Qingbo scoffed. You guys have affected my mood today. How can I leave so easily? Qingyu stood up immediately to mediate the situation. Forget it, Qingbo. There's no need to be angry over them. That's right, young Master Cheng, Qiao Na advised. Forget it if you want. Mockery appeared at the corner of Qingbo's lips. Forget it as long as they get out of here. Yi Chen stopped walking. He turned around and glared at him coldly despite Su Yuhan's attempt to stop him. You're seeking death. For Su Yuhan's sake, he could tolerate this ant's arrogance. However, if this ant crossed his bottom line, he could only crush him to death. At that moment, an old voice came from outside the wedding gown store. Qingyu, which one do you guys like? Subsequently, a beautiful middle-aged woman walked in slowly. However, when the beautiful woman's eyes landed on Yi Chen, her body suddenly trembled. Disbelief surged in her eyes. And Mr. Yi. She was only over 30 years old, but there was an ancient aura in her phoenix-like eyes as if she had gone through many hardships. Are you Ms. Gu? Yi Chen was stunned at first. He could not help but take a few good looks at her. There was shock on his face. The beautiful middle-aged lady was Gu Yingying. She was once the young mistress of the wealthy Gu family in Tianan. Never had he thought that the young mistress of the Gu family, who used to have countless suitors, would be so old now. End of this chapter. Chapter 1385. And Mr. Yi. In the wedding dress store, Gu Yingying stared at Yi Chen with her almond-shaped eyes when he recognized her. She was extremely excited. I can't believe, T, it's really you. Over the years, she had been through ups and downs and had been through hardships. She thought she would never see Yi Chen again in her life. However, Never in her wildest dreams did she expect to see him here. Meanwhile, Qingyu and Chengbo were dumbfounded. Clearly, they did not expect Gu Yingying to know Yi Qin and Gu Yingying. Looking at Gu Yingying, who looked like a middle-aged woman, Su Yuhan, who was next to Yi Qin, was slightly stunned. Then she recognized her. Yi Qin took a deep breath in and said while looking at Gu Yingying, "Ms. Gu, how did you become like this? Where's old Master Gu?" This was the first old friend he had met after returning to Earth, and it also caused his originally lonely and out-of-place mood to be slightly comforted. Gu Yingying's eyes dimmed when she heard the words, "Old Master Gu." She then wiped the tears off her face and said with a smile, "Mr. Yi, why don't we find a place to sit down and talk?" "Sure." Naturally, Yi Qin agreed. He had too many questions in his heart. Since the enemy from the outer realm had invaded Earth, why didn't they see or hear any signs of being invaded after they landed on Earth? Most importantly, why did 9 Dragons Bay become like this? Where did Star Group, Yi Wen, and the rest go? Gu Yingying led Yi Qin and Chengbo out of the wedding dress store after saying that. Qingyu and Chengbo finally snapped out of their daze. The former's mouth was wide open in shock. Auntie, who has always been extremely calm and strict, actually lost her composure like this. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Ever since she could remember, her auntie had been a cold and silent elder in the family. She was so cold that even she was a little afraid of her. "Your auntie actually knows that kid?" Chengbo, who was beside her, looked in the direction where the two of them left and could not help but ask, "Do you know who he is?" "It's my first time seeing him too." Chu Qingyu shook her head and said, "Chengbo, let's follow them and take a look. That guy has white hair and looks sickly. I'm worried about Auntie." The two of them hurriedly followed. After they caught up, Gu Yingying seemed to have recalled something. She looked at Chu Qingyu and introduced her to Yi Qin. "Mr. Yi, this is my niece, Chu Qingyu. When you left, she was only 7 or 8 years old." 7 or 8 years old. Hearing that, Yi Qin could not help but take another look at Chu Qingyu. A strange gleam flashed through his eyes. Chu Qingyu was at least 22 or 23 years old, and he had only left Earth for more than a year. How did Chu Qingyu become 7 or 8 years old at that time? Gu Yingying looked at Chu Qingyu and said, "Qingyu, why aren't you greeting Uncle Yi?" "I won't." Chu Qingyu pouted and said while looking at Yi Qin, "Other than his white hair and sickly appearance, he doesn't look much older than me." Beginner stage foundation building. Not bad. Yi Qin could see through her cultivation base at first glance. He could not help but nod. Chu Qingyu was shocked when she heard that. Clearly, she did not expect Yi Qin to see through her cultivation base at a glance. Then, she felt a little indignant. She had stepped into cultivation at the age of 8 and reached beginner stage foundation building at the age of 24. Not to mention the Chu family, even in the entire Lin City. She was one of the few geniuses. However, Yi Qin only said not bad. She could not help but snort coldly as she thought to this point. "Who do you think you are?" Soon, Gu Yingying led them to a villa. Considering that it was not good for outsiders to be present when she was reuniting with Yi Qin, she instructed Chu Qingyu and Gu Yingying to wait outside. Yi Qin looked at the villa that was less than 200 square meters in front of him and then looked at Gu Yingying, who was alone. He could not help but say, "Ms. Gu, can you tell me about the changes on Earth while I was away?" Gu Yingying seemed to be mentally prepared. After a soft sigh, she told him everything she knew. It turned out that in the first month after Yi Qin went to the ancient desolate realm, the various forces and countries on Earth got along harmoniously. With the cultivation method that Yi Qin provided and the promotion of the Star Group, the era of cultivation began. In the second month, earthquakes and tsunamis occurred frequently on Earth, causing the world to change drastically. The sea and land changed, and the population of the entire Earth more than doubled compared to before. Countless mysterious civilizations, inheritance caves, and cultivation ruins appeared at the same time. Various countries began to excavate these inheritances, and at the same time, they learned countless ancient secrets. After that, the astronomical bureaus of various countries detected signs of life in space and countless sets of data. Long ago, the upper echelons of various countries had learned that a great enemy from outer space had invaded Earth. After a meeting, the various countries decided to send a group of spaceships to space for investigation. All of the spaceships were killed in battle. Only the data sent out by one spaceship before it crashed caused the entire Earth to fall into endless panic. That was the extraterrestrial civilization coveting Earth. Initially, there were human cultivators who did not take the extraterrestrial civilization seriously. There were also many powerful human cultivators who went to space to negotiate, but they never returned. This price completely made the countries on Earth realize the cruel reality. They had no choice but to form a community with a shared future for mankind. They sent countless scientific and technological forces and peak human powerhouses to the outer space to stop the extraterrestrial civilization. The result was that all the top powerhouses in the countries were killed in battle. Countless holy lands and secret realms were destroyed. Even the Holy Land of China, the Kunlun ruins, suffered heavy losses. Almost all the top powerhouses were killed. What happened after that? Yi Chen could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he heard that. It was exactly the same as what he had discovered on Mars. Gu Yingying smiled bitterly. After that, the countries on Earth gathered the strength of humans to confront the extraterrestrial enemies for 5 years. During that time, Yi Chen's pupils constricted when he heard that. He said immediately, "I clearly remember that I've only left Earth for over a year." Gu Yingying stopped abruptly. She widened her eyes and looked at him in disbelief. "Mr. Yi, you've been away from Earth for almost 17 years. As soon as she said that, Yi Chen and Su Yuhan's bodies trembled. 17 years. They had left Earth for 17 years. However, they had stayed in the ancient, desolate realm for less than 2 years. Gu Yingying seemed to have sensed Yi Chen's disbelief. She took out a mechanical watch and pointed at the time on it and said, "Mr. Yi, you left Earth when the 19th year was about to end. It's July 3-6 now." Yi Chen's expression froze when he looked over. Su Yuhan turned her head to look at him by instinct. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. "Yi Chen, what's going on?" End of this chapter. Chapter 1386. The law, the time law on Earth, must have changed. A thought suddenly flashed through Yi Chen's mind. He then mumbled, "It seems like the law on Earth has changed a month after I left, causing the time on Earth and the ancient desolate realm to no longer synchronize." Then, when Xiaohe carried them through Earth's atmosphere to descend to Earth, they were suppressed by the law and the law of gravity. That was not difficult to explain. Hearing that, Su Yuhan could not help but smile bitterly. "So it's been 17 years since we left Earth. 17 years." It was a very long number. In these 17 years, there were newborn children who grew to 17 or 18 years old. Young people who were originally in their 20s or 30s who entered middle-age life, and old people who were originally in their 70s or 80s who were buried. If that was the case, it would explain why Gu Yingying looked like a beautiful middle-aged woman. "What about old Master Gu?" Yi Chen asked. Gu Yingying's eyes dimmed. She then lowered her head and said softly, "Grandpa passed away 10 years ago. Before he died, he kept talking about you. He regretted that he couldn't wait for the day you returned." Yi Chen was silent as he sighed. He respected old Master Gu. This old man had participated in the war against Japan and was a true hero of the people. Even though Yi Chen had fallen out with the Gu family because of Gu Shaoquan's betrayal, old Master Gu had never blamed him. Instead, he took the initiative to disperse the Gu family's assets and disband the Gu family. He ignored his old age and went to the front line to contribute to the country. "What a pity," he sighed softly and looked up at Gu Yingying. He asked again, "What happened in the past 17 years?" Gu Yingying sighed softly and said, Earth and the extraterrestrial civilization were in a stalemate for 5 years. In the end, Earth lost. Countless extraterrestrial civilizations came to Earth, such as the Great Sun Dojo, the Blue Dragon Palace, the Beast God Realm. She looked at Yi Chen as she spoke to this point and said, However, they seem to have reached some agreement with the various countries. They didn't attack the humans on Earth. They reached an agreement. Yi Chen's eyes focused when he heard that. Lightning flashed in his eyes. No wonder I didn't see any traces of Earth being destroyed after I arrived on Earth. Thinking to this point, the lightning in his eyes became even more resplendent. However, what agreement did these extraterrestrial civilizations reach with the various countries? With their strength, they could have destroyed Earth. Yi Chen did not know if there were God transformation stage powerhouses on Earth, but there must be such powerhouses in the extraterrestrial civilization. With their methods, they could burn mountains and rivers with a single thought. There's another possibility. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Unless Earth also has something that they are afraid of. That's why they are afraid of taking action. However, this was just his guess. Perhaps only the higher-ups of each country would know the real reason. Gu Yingying paused and said, Mr. Yi, later on, countries marked out a place for these extraterrestrial civilizations to live. Currently, China, America, and other big countries on Earth are supported by extraterrestrial civilizations. These extraterrestrial civilizations have obtained the consent of various countries to establish various inheritances, orthodoxies, and cultivation holy lands on Earth. At this point, she slowly said, this is also the reason why Earth has undergone earth-shattering changes in just 12 years. Create an orthodoxy and inheritance? Yi Chen scoffed and said, These extraterrestrial civilizations have put in so much effort. Would they be so kind? It seems like they are plotting something big. At the same time, he could not help but feel a trace of sorrow. Most people on Earth had probably already become friends with these extraterrestrial civilizations, and they might even follow their lead. Their backs were completely bent, and they had completely forgotten how many people who dared to fight and die had sacrificed their lives for Earth. For example, the powerhouses of China's Kunlun ruins. It was the greatest tragedy for future generations to forget the humiliation. Thinking to this point, he secretly shook his head. He took a deep breath in and said, What happened to the star group that I founded before I left? Where did Yi Wen and the rest go? Also, why did my former address, 9 Dragons Bay, become a factory? As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yingying's eyes turned red. She could not help but lower her head and say, Mr. Yi, at the beginning of the invasion of the extraterrestrial civilization, the star group contributed the most. They created too many technologies and nurtured too many Chinese cultivators. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. It's also because of the star group that Earth has been in a stalemate with the extraterrestrial civilization for 5 years. However, in these 5 years, the star group has exhausted all their resources, and everyone who can fight has died in battle. Yi Chen's body trembled violently as soon as he heard that. He suppressed the shock in his heart and said, Then Yi Wen and the rest. Su Yuhan was extremely nervous. Ms. Yi and the rest are fine. As if sensing his worry, Gu Yingying immediately said, After the star group's blood ran dry and their resources were exhausted, Ms. Yi and the rest planned to fight personally. However, Earth had already reached an agreement with the extraterrestrial civilization at that time. That's why Ms. Yi and the rest survived. She wiped her tears and said, However, after the extraterrestrial civilization descended on Earth, they proposed to punish Ms. Yi and the rest severely. Some of the upper echelons of China compromised? Yi Chen's eyes turned cold as endless sorrow and mockery appeared at the corner of his lips. Gu Yingying nodded slightly and said with a bitter smile, At that time, the upper echelons of China wanted to protect Ms. Yi and the rest. However, for some reason, the public opinion and the international spearhead were all pointed at Ms. Yi and the rest. Everyone accused them of being militaristic, which led to all of this. Ha ha! Yi Chen laughed in grief and indignation. The Star Group had made so many contributions and sacrificed so much for humanity, but in the end, they became the scapegoat and the culprit. Said it was too sad. Gu Yingying said with a bitter smile. Later on, China compromised. An extraterrestrial force called Ethereal Palace attacked and forcefully crippled Ms. Yi and the rest's cultivation. Boom! Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt a gush of murderous intent and vicious aura suddenly burst out from the room. Yi Chen's face was livid as he glared at Gu Yingying. Where is this ethereal palace? Who was the one who attacked? Su Yuhan could not help but cry as she sobbed. How could they do this? The ethereal palace is in Tiannan. Gu Yingying's face turned ashen under his aura as she said. It said that the person who attacked was a powerhouse called the Archean Heavenly Lord. At that time, Ms. Yi and the rest had the highest cultivation base among them. She was at beginner stage nascent soul, but she couldn't even withstand a single attack from that person. She took a deep breath in and continued. At that time, the Ethereal Palace planned to execute Ms. Yi and the rest. However, in the end, the Chinese military stepped in to protect them and save their lives. Where are Yi Wen and the rest now? Yi Chen said. They're in Lin City. Gu Yingying glanced at him and said hesitantly, after Ms. Yi and the rest's cultivation base was crippled and they became ordinary people. They were bullied and humiliated, but they were unwilling to leave, she said with tears in her eyes. Yuan said that you'll definitely come back, Mr. Yi. If they leave, you won't be able to find them. P.S. I'm out for something. There are only 2 chapters today. The climax is coming. End of this chapter. Chapter 1387. Mr. Yi, Ms. Yi, and the rest have suffered too much over the years. If it were an ordinary person, they would have committed suicide long ago. Gu Yingying also had a sympathetic expression when she mentioned Yi Wen and the rest. They were so poor that they couldn't even afford to rent a house. They could only live in the slums. I wanted to help them countless times, but Yi Chen's heart ached when he heard that. Although he had not experienced the changes over the past decade, he could still feel the hardships Yi Wen and the rest had suffered through Gu Yingying's description. Su Yuhan held back her tears and mumbled, Ms. Gu, what about my 9 Dragons Bay's factory now? Well, Gu Yingying said, Star Group closed down after Ms. Yi Wen and the rest were crippled. The forces and consortiums that were originally affiliated with Star Group in Tiannan turned to the extraterrestrial civilization. At this point, she hesitated. Therefore, the things that originally belonged to Mr. Yi, including 9 Dragons Bay, were forcefully taken away. Yi Chen's eyes were cold, so in other words, the Chung family that occupied my 9 Dragons Bay are the lackeys of the extraterrestrial civilization. Yes, Gu Yingying bit her red lips and said, the extraterrestrial civilization that's guarding Tiannan is the ethereal palace that crippled Ms. Yi and the rest. The 3 wealthy families of Lin City were supported by the ethereal palace. She paused for a moment and said weakly, the 3 wealthy families of Lin City are the Chu family, the Chung family, and the Xiang family. The Chu family is the family that my niece, Chu Qingyu, is from. Very well. Yi Chen smiled in anger and said, I've contributed so much to the upper echelons, but this is how these people treat me? Not only did my people almost die, but my home was also taken away. Ridiculous, this is ridiculous. He was too disappointed. Before he left, he had selflessly passed down countless cultivation knowledge and supported the upper echelons to set up a cultivation university. He even combined cultivation and technology. However, this was what he got in return. Mr. Yi, don't be rash. As if sensing his anger, Gu Yingying's expression changed slightly. The upper echelons have their own reasons. Moreover, things are different now. The current Earth is not what you know. She could not bear to look at Yi Chen and Su Yuhan as she spoke to this point. She comforted them. Mr. Yi, I believe you guys can recover. Seeing that Yi Chen and Su Yuhan looked like they did not have much time left, She subconsciously thought that Yi Chen might have escaped from the ancient, desolate realm. I will take back what belongs to me. Yi Chen clenched his fist slowly. His voice was extremely calm. I have plenty of time to settle all of this. Mr. Yi, please listen to my advice. Gu Yingying forced a smile and said, whether it's the Chung family or the ethereal palace, we can't afford to offend them. Mr. Yi, things are different now. After saying that, she took out a storage bag and handed it to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, there are 3,000 spiritual stones in here. It's my savings over the past few years. Take it. She didn't have a spiritual root, so she didn't step onto the path of cultivation. In addition, she had been injured before, so her martial arts cultivation no longer existed. She was no different from an ordinary person. No need. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Thank you for telling me all of this, Ms. Gu. I know what to do next. After saying that, he asked for Yi Wen and the rest's address and left with Su Yuhan. After they left, Chu Qingyu walked in with Qingbo. The former could not help but ask, Auntie, who is that guy? He was once a legend in China. Gu Yingying watched Yi Chen and Qingbo leave and mumbled, Time has erased everything. The new generation excels the old. The world doesn't recognize mad Southern Yi. Then, she recalled how Yi Chen dominated Tianan and became the China #1. He even swept through the world with his sword and suppressed the entire world. She could not help but sigh softly to herself. She felt a little emotional that a hero was past his prime. A legend in China? Chu Qingyu's eyes lit up, and she was instantly interested. Is he the peerless god of war Luo Tinya? Or the northern sea, heavenly king, Song Chia? Or the lord of the west, Ning Yutian? Cheng Bo, who was next to her, could not help but be extremely solemn when he heard the names Luo Tinya and Song Chia. His eyes were filled with fear. Gu Yingying was unwilling to mention it. None of them. Chu Qingyu immediately pursed her lips and said, Since none of them are, then what kind of legend is he? He's not worthy of the word legend. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Yingying, who had always been silent, flew into a rage. She glared at her and scolded, Shut up! You're not allowed to be disrespectful to Mr. Yi in the future. Outside Lin City's 8th Ring Road. This place did not belong to Lin City more than 10 years ago. It was a swamp. Due to the poor feng shui and the fact that there was no development value, almost no one cared about it in the past. Later on, as the extraterrestrial civilization descended on Earth and Lin City expanded, this place was naturally included in the expansion. However, due to the congenital deficiency, it was classified as a slum. The so-called slum did not exist more than 10 years ago. However, due to the great changes on Earth, ordinary people could live for 100 to 200 years. Coupled with the fact that everyone cultivated, it gave rise to a dense hierarchy. As a result, the population doubled, and the gap between the rich and the poor increased. Meanwhile, the slum did not just refer to being poor. It also referred to those who did not have any skills and were not qualified to cultivate. In this world where everyone cultivated, they were at the bottom like ants. There were many slums of various sizes in the entire Lin City. Meanwhile, the slum outside the 8th Ring Road occupied thousands of acres. There were densely packed shacks in it. These shacks were dark, damp, and smelly. They could not see the sun or enjoy any plants at all. It was like a corner that was forgotten by the world. At that moment, smoke was rising from a slightly bigger shack in the middle, accompanied by intense coughing. The space inside the house was only about 100 square meters, but it was divided into several single rooms using rags. In each room there was a single bed. Although the quilt on the bed was extremely clean, it was tattered beyond recognition. One of the largest single rooms was decorated like a living room and a kitchen. The furniture was very simple. There were more than 10 stools, a big iron pot, and a black stove. At that moment, a young man was cooking a bowl of medicine with his body bent over in front of the stove. The young man had a cleft lip, and his body was extremely thin. He seemed to be malnourished. The smoke from the firewood made his face look like a panda. After the young man extinguished the fire, he picked up the stone pot wrapped in a tablecloth and poured the black medicine into the bowl before entering the single room. The young man was clearly scalding hot, but he walked carefully, fearing that he would spill a single drop of the medicine in the bowl. Cough, cough, cough! When he entered the single room, he placed the bowl of medicine on the table and shook his hand before turning around. "Auntie, it's time to drink the medicine." A middle-aged woman laid on the bed before him. Her hair was white and her face was pale. She would occasionally cough a few times. Although the middle-aged woman was in her 40s and didn't wear any makeup, one could tell from her facial features that she was quite beautiful when she was young. When the middle-aged woman heard the young man's words, she slightly moved and tried her best to sit up. When the young man saw this, he immediately went up to support her. The middle-aged woman looked around and weakly said, "Sikhen, where's your second mother and the rest?" The young man, Sikhen, carefully brought the bowl over and gently blew on it. Ani, the second mother, and the rest went hunting outside the city. They should be back soon, hunting? When the middle-aged woman heard that, her body trembled before she worriedly said, "There are many demonic beasts outside the city, and it's extremely dangerous. We can't defeat them without our cultivation, but they won't listen to us. Auntie, don't worry. The second mother and the rest have set up a trap, so it should be fine." Sikhen was also worried in his heart, but he still comforted. "Auntie, drink the medicine while it's hot. That way, you can get better faster." "All right," the middle-aged woman sighed softly, took the bowl of medicine, drank it, and passed the bowl to the former. "Auntie, lie down. I'll make something for you to eat." Sikhen scratched his head and smiled. "Yesterday, I found a damaged, low-grade magic artifact in the nearby garbage dump. The pawn shop gave me 5 spiritual stones, which I used to buy rice and 2 caddies of meat. Child, it's been hard on you." The middle-aged woman looked at him in a daze and said with guilt, "It's all because we're useless that you have to suffer." The child before them was only 14 years old, and if it was a decade ago, he would still be in high school. But now he had to take care of a few weak women. "Auntie, please don't say that." When Sikhen heard that, his eyes instantly turned hot. "I was brought up by you guys. If it wasn't for you guys, I would have died a long time ago." End of this chapter. Chapter 1388. Sigh. The middle-aged woman could not help but sigh. On a snowy day 14 years ago, they found a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes on their way back. The baby seemed to have been born not long ago. Due to his hair lip, he was abandoned because of his ugly appearance. At that time, she wanted to send the baby to an orphanage, but the other women could not bear to do so. Since none of them had children, they suggested to adopt him. That went on for 14 years. In those 14 years, the child experienced ups and downs with them and suffered. What was touching was that the child matured very early. He knew that his adoptive mothers were not in good health, so he fought to work to support the family. "Good boy!" The middle-aged woman could not help but touch his face with her trembling hand. "If my brother was still here, he would probably like you from the bottom of his heart. Auntie, is he the uncle that you guys have been talking about?" Sichen's eyes lit up when he heard that. "I've been hearing about him, but I don't even know who he is. Can you tell me about him, uncle?" The middle-aged woman was slightly stunned. She then said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "You can say that. Your uncle is a legend in our hearts. He was once a legend in China, and even on Earth." Her complexion improved as if she had drunk a bowl of medicine. She recounted Yi Chen's experience intermittently. Sikhen could not help but be shocked after hearing that. His eyes were filled with admiration. "Uncle is so powerful, but why have I never seen him before?" "Your uncle left this world before you were born." The middle-aged woman's eyes dimmed as she said in a deep voice, "He's been gone for 17 years. I wonder if he's dead or alive. I wonder if we'll ever see him again in this lifetime." Sensing her sadness, Sikhen comforted her immediately. "Auntie, don't worry. Uncle is so powerful. He'll definitely come back one day. I hope so." The middle-aged woman smiled bitterly. Before this, the few of them had the same thought. Even if they fell from a high place to hell, they still believed in it. That was also the reason why they named the child Yi Siken. Siken, Yi Chen in 4 years. However, they had waited for 17 years. How many more years did a person have in this lifetime? Auntie, don't overthink it. Your priority right now is to take care of your body. I'll go cook a bowl of noodle soup for you. Siken comforted. He helped the former lie down and was about to cook when the door of the shed was kicked in. The first to walk in was a young man in a suit and leather shoes. This sudden scene instantly shocked the 14-year-old Sichin and the beautiful middle-aged woman who was lying on the bed. "Who are you?" Siken immediately charged out. The young man covered his nose with his hand and glanced at the situation in the house in disdain. He then looked at the former and said, "Little brat, where are the women in your house? What are you trying to do?" Siken coldly looked at Su Tao. "Kid, don't be nervous." The young man in the suit suddenly chuckled. "It's like this. I have a friend who has taken a fancy to your women and plans to marry her." Before he could finish speaking, an old man around the age of 50 slowly walked in. Although the old man was also wearing a suit and leather shoes. His face was incomparably ugly, and his brows were filled with wretchedness. "This is the old man of the Chung family, Chung Ing," the young man in the suit introduced. Although the old man doesn't have a high position in the Chung family, and he doesn't know how to cultivate, he's still a member of the Chung family. If you guys follow him, you can also move out of this slum and live a good life. You're that old pervert from the Chung family? Siken looked at the old man in disbelief. A long time ago, there was a rumor in Lin City that there was an old pervert in the Chung family who liked middle-aged women. Furthermore, he used his identity as a member of the Chung family to forcefully marry women. But any woman that followed him wouldn't last more than 3 days. These dead women had cigarette burn marks, teeth marks, and even whip marks on their bodies. Slap. The young man in the suit slapped Sichin's face with a grim expression. "What are you talking about? Get those women of your house out. They're not here." Siken covered his face as he stubbornly tried to stop them. "Not here." Ching-Ing sneered as he forcefully pushed Siken away and lifted the cloth to search. In the end, he saw a middle-aged woman lying on the bed. "What are you guys trying to do?" The middle-aged woman struggled to get up. "So it's Ms. Yi Wen." Ching-Ing grinned. "It's like this. I've taken a liking to you. Come with me, and you'll be able to enjoy wealth in the future. You don't have to live in this stinky and lowly place anymore. You're dreaming." Yi Wen's expression changed. She had never expected that there would still be someone who wouldn't let her go, even though she had fallen to such a state. Siken charged in with a cleaver and stood before Yiwen. He looked at Chang-Ing anxiously. I'll fight you if you dare to touch my aunt. Get lost." Chang-Ing kicked him and sent him flying a few meters away. He then walked to Yi Wen on the bed with a smirk. Although he was old and did not know how to cultivate, he was from the Chung family after all. He had spent money to train his body. How could a 14-year-old man be a match for him? "Chung, how dare you touch me?" Yi Wen struggled to hide the corner of the bed and said determinedly, "Don't forget that Gu Yingying from the Chu family is my friend. Gu Yingying." Ching-Ing smirked. "She's just a young mistress from a broken family who lives under someone else's roof. If she didn't know some cultivation knowledge, the Chu family wouldn't care about her at all." He could not help but look at Yi Wen lecherously as he spoke to this point. "They say that you, Yi Wen, were once the helmsman of Tiannan's overlord, the star group with unparalleled beauty. I, Ching-Ing, would like to experience it for myself." Siken, who was lying on the ground, was enraged. He wanted to charge over by instinct, but the young man in the suit who came and grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air. "You ugly freak!" The young man in the suit looked at Sichin's cleft lip in disgust and said with a ferocious gleam in his eyes, "Do you believe that I can crush you like an ant?" Yi Wen almost fainted when she saw that. No, you guys can't touch him. It's fine if you don't kill him. Cheng Ying walked to her with a lecherous smile and said as he walked, I'll let him go if you're willing to come with me. Yi Wen's body jolted as soon as that was said. Never had she thought that she, Yi Wen, would end up like this. I'll count to 3. If you're still not a pervert, I'll kill this kid and feed his corpse to the dogs. Cheng Ying's eyes flashed fiercely before he gritted his teeth and said, 1. Yi Wen was struggling. 2. Cheng Ying sneered. When he saw that the former still refused to compromise, he couldn't help but say, 3. Yi Wen closed her eyes in despair. No, I promise you. At that moment, a middle-aged woman's voice suddenly came from outside. Yi Wen, your relative, is here to see you. As his voice fell, Cheng Ying and the others couldn't help but turn around to look. Even Yi Wen, who was already in despair, was no exception. Ever since Star Group closed down, how could they have any friends or relatives? Under everyone's gaze, a middle-aged woman in shabby clothes and an apron walked in with a man and a woman. Little brother, this is Yi Wen's home. The middle-aged woman turned around and smiled at the man and woman behind her. I still have things to do, so I won't disturb you anymore. With that, she walked out. Thank you, Yi Qin said gratefully and took a step out. He looked at the entire house calmly. His gaze wandered past the man in the suit who was strangling Sick Hen and Cheng Ying. Eventually, his gaze landed on the pale-faced, gray-haired, middle-aged woman on the bed. At that moment, his body froze. When Yi Wen's gaze landed on the former, her delicate body suddenly trembled. Tears suddenly surged out of her initially cold gaze. Brother. End of this chapter. Chapter 1389. She could not stop shaking as she stared at Yi Qin. She could not bear to move her eyes away at all. Brother, is that you? It had been 17 years. She had been missing and looking forward to the figure in the distance for countless days and nights. However, she felt like she was dreaming when she saw him now. She was afraid that the familiar figure would disappear before her eyes in the next moment. Yi Qin took a few steps forward and held her hand gently. He said in a trembling voice, It's me. I'm back. Wah. At that moment, Yi Wen, who was stubborn, cried out loud. She then fell into Yi Chen's embrace hard and cried like a teenage girl who felt wronged. Her tears flowed crazily. Her heart-wrenching and aggrieved cries spread to countless nearby sheds. Yi Chen felt a lump in his throat when he sensed her grievance. Endless self-blame surged within him. Second uncle, Yi Ming, had been kind to him since he was young. It was also because of him that second uncle and second aunt died tragically. He had sworn to take good care of Yi when in front of second uncle and second aunt's coffin. Never had he thought that Yi Qin would suffer so much. He could not help but pat Yi Wen's back lightly as he thought to this point. He took a deep breath in and said, Be good, don't cry. I'm back. I won't let anyone bully you anymore. Yi Wen let go of Yi Qin after she finally calmed down. She could not hold back her tears as she said, Brother, I thought I'd never see you again. Silly child, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi Chen was between laughter and tears. Apart from feeling a little embarrassed, she could not help but say sadly, I'm not a child anymore. I'm old. I'm old. Yi Qin was on the verge of tears when he heard those 3 words. Old. The girl who was once in her prime was old. Now, she looked like a 50-year-old woman. Time had left its mark on her body. Yi Wen stretched her hand out and caressed the wrinkles on Yi Chen's face and his pale face. She could not help but cry, Brother, how did you become like this? There was a small accident. It's not a big problem. Yi Qin chuckled softly and turned around to look at Su Yuhan behind him. Look who this is! Yi Wen looked up and was stunned. She exclaimed in surprise, Sister-in-law. Wen Wen. Su Yuhan wiped her tears away and hugged her. She sobbed, I'm sorry that your brother and sister-in-law didn't take good care of you. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's good that you're back. Yi Wen comforted her. I say, are you guys done crying? At this moment, an untimely voice sounded from the side. Even if you want to cry, wait until this woman and I have consummated our marriage. Surprisingly, it was Chang-Ying who interrupted everything. Exactly. The young man in the suit said coldly, You're making it look like you're crying at a funeral. You're messing up my mood. Yi Chen then turned around to look at them. He had been focusing on Yi when he entered the room earlier, so he neglected the duo. Sickly invalid. You are this woman's elder brother, right? The young man in the suit glanced at Yi Chen Riley. Well, this old Master Cheng has his eyes on your sister. If you're smart, it's best that you persuade your sister to agree to this. Say that again. Agree to what? Yi Chen took a step forward and looked at him expressionlessly. Although he concealed his aura, his deep gaze still made the young man in the suit's heart jolt. He retreated a few steps back by instinct. Is there something wrong with your ears? He scoffed and said, I'm saying that old Master Cheng wants to marry your sister. Old Master Cheng is from the Cheng family. You know the Cheng family, don't you? They're one of the 3 wealthy families in Lin City. Countless people want to join them, no matter what. He did not notice that Chang-Ying was glaring at Yi Chen at the moment. He was shaking as if he had seen something terrifying. Mad Southern Yi. That name echoed in his head, crazily. 17 years ago he was only in his 30s. Although the Chung family had yet to prosper back then, he had seen Yi Chen on television. One could say that the name Mad Southern Yi was like a myth to him back then. He was like a god that he looked up to. However, he was looking at this killing god at such a close distance now. Yi Chen looked at him calmly and said coldly, Are you going to marry my sister? Plop. Chang-Ying knelt hard onto the ground and said while his body was shaking, I wouldn't dare to. It's a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, his sudden action shocked the young man in the suit next to him. He looked at him with his eyes wide open and said, Old Master Cheng, what are you doing? Misunderstanding? Yi Chen lifted his head to look at Yi Wen. Is everything really a misunderstanding like what he said? Yi Wen looked at Chang-Ying hatefully and told him everything that had happened. Explain. Yi Chen looked at Chang-Ying in a condescending manner and said coldly, If you can't explain yourself, I'll kill your entire family tonight. No. Chang-Ying's body went limp upon hearing that. He then collapsed onto the ground in fear. Mr. Yi, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. I'm from the Chung family. How dare you touch him? The young man in the suit also scolded. He's from the Chung family. If you dare touch him, the Chung family won't. Tui, at that moment, a glaring saber gleam flashed through the air all of a sudden. It then slashed across Chang-Ying's neck. Everything happened so fast that Chang-Ying did not even feel the pain. Chang-Ying covered the wound on his neck that was getting bigger with his hand. Fresh blood dyed his hand red as he looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. The young man in the suit did not move at all. Fear filled his face. Never had he thought that Yi Chen would really dare to kill him. A long while later, the young man in the suit sensed a terrifying gaze. He shuddered and knelt hard onto the ground. Spare me. I was forced to do this. Yi Chen interrupted him before he was done speaking. Clean this up. My wife doesn't like blood. Sure. The young man in the suit was stunned at first. Then he snapped back to his senses. He knelt onto the ground and cleaned everything up immediately. The young man in the suit only looked at Yi Chen in fear after the last bit of blood disappeared. Send his body to the Chung family. Yi Chen looked at him calmly. There was monstrous killing intent in his voice that tore the galaxy apart. Tell them that I, Mad Southern Yi, am back. The young man in the suit was stunned again. Not only did Yi Chen not kill him, but he even asked him to bring Chang-Ying's body back to the Chung family to complain. He could not wrap his head around all of that. However, seeing that Yi Chen did not look like he was faking it, he ran out with Chang-Ying's body while shuddering. Brother! After he left Yi Wen, who had been silent, could not help but look at Yi Qin. She said worriedly, "The Chung family is not to be trifled with." Her impression of Yi Qin was still at the beginner-level nascent soul before he went to the ancient desolate realm. Such a cultivation base was not low even in today's society, but he was no longer at the top. "Don't worry," Yi Qin nodded lightly and said, "I won't die. I'll take revenge for all of you guys." He could not help but look at Su Yuhan after saying that, seeming to have noticed the apology in his eyes. Su Yuhan could not help but say, while smiling, "Dummy, I won't stop you this time." Although she was kind, it did not mean that she had no bottom line. After returning to Earth, no matter if it was the 9 dragons, Bei being occupied, or what happened to Yiwen and the rest, they had crossed her bottom line. Sure, seeing that Yi Chun insisted, Yiwen stopped persuading him. She trusted Yi Qin from the bottom of her heart. Since Yi Qin was so confident, he must have some tricks up his sleeves. At that moment, a timid voice came from the side. Are you my uncle?" Yi Qin looked over and saw a young man around 14 or 15 years old looking at him with his eyes wide open in excitement. "Uncle?" Yi Qin was a little confused by the way he addressed him. He could not help but look at Yiwen by instinct. This kid. Yiwen said while smiling, "His name is Yi Siken. We adopted him when he was young." Yi Qin could not help but walk over after listening to her story. He patted the little girl's head. "Well done." "Thank you for everything you've done for me." Yi Siken scratched his head shyly. At the same time, hurried footsteps came from outside the house. Subsequently, a few ladies walked in. They were all over 40 years old, but they looked exhausted. They looked like ordinary middle-aged women who had been through hardships. When Yi Qin looked at the ladies, time seemed to have stopped. Time seemed to have stopped all of a sudden. End of this chapter. Chapter 1390. Yi Chen's heart twitched hard as he looked at the few ladies who were staring at him blankly at the door. He then opened his arms slowly. The ladies were Tang Ning, the young mistress of the Tang family in Hong Kong, Xiaoya, Yi Chen's first disciple in Miaojiang, and Yu Shasha from Guangzhou. Master, brother He. Almost at that moment, the few ladies pounced on him and hugged him while crying emotionally. Yi Qin comforted the ladies, one by one. At the same time, he quietly listened to the grievances they had suffered in the past few years. An hour later, the ladies finally calmed down. Yi Qin glanced at the shabby and simple shack. His eyes flickered, and he took a deep breath in. He looked at the ladies and said, "You guys have suffered all these years. Now that you're back, we don't feel like we've suffered anymore." Xiaoya's temperament was as cold as before. However, this former campus belle had many traces of aging on her face. The rest of the ladies agreed with what she said. Yi Chun smiled lightly and gestured for them to sit down. He then said with a grim expression, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" At the same time, in the wealthy Chung family of Lin City, at that moment, a lady in gorgeous clothes knelt hard on the ground in the Chung residence. She said in an extremely aggrieved manner, "Uncle, you must help me." If Yi Chun were there, he would definitely realize that the lady kneeling on the ground was the person he had slapped at 9 Dragons Bay, Chung Lishue. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man in a dragon costume was sitting on the armchair before the lady. "Did that brat really say that?" The middle-aged man's temples were white. He stared at Chung Lishue, who was on the ground like lightning. His sharp and terrifying gaze made the latter shudder. If there were outsiders present, they would definitely realize that the middle-aged man was the current head of the Chung family, Chung Kunping. He had a peak golden core cultivation base and was known as the Chung family's #1. He was also one of the 3 people who stood at the peak of Lin City. Yes, Chung Lishue's heart skipped a beat when she met his gaze. She then pretended to be aggrieved and said, "Forget that brat slapped me a few times. He even said that my family is nothing to him." She then added fuel to the fire. Then that brat said that he wants you to kneel and apologize to him at 9 Dragons Bay tomorrow morning. Otherwise, or what? Chung Kunping's eyes darkened. Chung, Li Shue's lips trembled as he said weakly. Or else he'll destroy my Chung clan. Okay. Chung Kunpeng was so angry that he laughed. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. Ever since my Chung family rose to the top of Lin City, this is the first time someone dared to look down on my Chung family. Even though his tone was extremely calm, Chung Li Shue, who was kneeling on the ground, had a flash of hatred in his eyes. She understood the patriarch's temperament very well. The more the patriarch acted like this, the more the brat who humiliated her would definitely die. Brother Chung. At that moment, an indifferent voice rang out from the armchair to the side. This person can make Miss Chung unable to resist. He must be quite strong. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes. The man's gaze was malicious, and his entire body was filled with a vigorous aura. This person was the head of the Chu family, Chu Mo, one of the 3 overlords that stood above the tens of millions of people in Lin City. Shue is only on foundation building, since that brat could slap Shue. He's probably on intermediate stage or even mastery stage foundation building. Chung Kunpeng's eyes turned grim at first when he heard that. He then scoffed and said, "But so what if that's the case? Since he dares to offend my Chung family, even his golden core patriarch must die." He turned his head and said to the young man in black, who was standing aside respectfully, "Tunner, go with Shue tomorrow. I want this brat's head. Yes, godfather." The young man in black bowed and said. The hatred in Chung Li Shue's eyes grew as soon as he said that. He seemed to have seen Yi Chen's tragic end. One must know that the young man in black was Chung Tian. He was the adopted son of the Chung family's patriarch, Chung Kunpeng. He was only 30 years old, but he had already achieved perfected foundation building. Golden core was just around the corner. With his help, it would be a success. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly rang out from outside. Then, an expressionless, gray-robed elder quickly walked in. The old man in gray ignored everyone and walked straight to Chung Kunpeng. He whispered into his ear, "Let him in." Chung Kunpeng's eyes were extremely grim. Soon after the old man in gray left, he brought a young man in a suit in. The young man in the suit was carrying a bloody person in his arms. Chung Li Shue, who had retreated aside, had his pupils locked when he saw the bloody person in his arms. "Uncle Ling!" Chung Kunpeng glared at the young man in the suit with his grim eyes. "Tell me, who killed Ching Ying?" Ching Ying was his cousin. Although he did not have a high position in the Chung family, he was still a direct descendant of the family. Now that he was killed, how could he not be furious? The young man in the suit knelt hard onto the ground and stammered, "Patriarch Chung Old Master Chung was killed by a young man. Subsequently, he told everything that happened. He said, while shaking, that man asked me to bring a message to Patriarch Chung. He said that he, Mad Southerny, is back." As soon as he was done speaking, Chung Kunpeng, who looked grim, was stunned at first. Chung Kunpeng, who had a gloomy expression, was stunned at first. Then the expression on his face froze. He seemed to have thought of something as a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. He was not the only one. Even the Chu family's patriarch, Chu Mo, who was sitting at the side, sat up in shock. He looked at the young man in the suit in shock. "Say it again. What's that person's name?" He said his name is Mad Southerny. The young man in the suit did not know what was going on, but he repeated it anyway. Slap! At that moment, Chu Mo's hand, which was on the armchair, trembled violently. Then he broke one of the armrests. He looked at Chung Kunpeng and said, while his throat trembled, "Brother Chung, that person is back." "Mad Southerny." Chung Kunpeng suppressed the shock in his heart and said after taking a deep breath in, "Apart from him, who else in this world dares to call themselves that?" As he said that, he clenched his fists and enunciated word by word. "But how is that possible? That person has disappeared for 17 years. Rumor has it that he died on Heavenly Road. The two of them's reactions confused Cheng, Li Shiyue, and the rest. They did not expect the two of them, who had always been extremely dignified, to lose their composure like that. "Uncle, who is this mad Southernie?" Cheng Li Shiyue's eyes moved, and he could not help but ask. Cheng Kuenping looked at her coldly and finally said, "This person was once a legend in China. He was known as the #1 person on Earth 17 years ago. When he dominated the world and swept through Earth, you guys were still ignorant children." Chu Mo said, almost losing his composure. Chapter 1391. To the older generation, the name Mad Southernie was not only a legend, but also an undefeatable legend. He was a peerless god of death and a Jura fiend. These three words represented slaughter and bloodshed. Cheng Li Shiyue and the rest could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when they heard that. Their faces turned pale, and the young man kneeling on the ground was even more shocked. In the end, Chu Mo spoke. "Brother Cheng, if this person really returns, I'm afraid our families will be in trouble. Don't forget about the Star Group. Among the three wealthy families in Lin City, other than the Xiang family, the Cheng and Chu families could be said to have risen because of the Ethereal Palace's suppression of the Star Group." "I know." Cheng Kuenping interrupted him, his expression changing nonstop. "However, I still don't believe that this person is Mad Southernie, big uncle. Have you forgotten?" At this moment, Cheng Li Shiyue suddenly said, "So what if he's the real Mad Southernie?" "Things are different now. Not only is our Cheng family one of the three wealthy families in Lin City, but we also have the Ethereal Palace behind us." As soon as she finished speaking, Cheng Kuenping's expression brightened up. He then laughed out loud. "You're right. This person is just a legend from 17 years ago. Times are different now. What can he do to us?" "That's right." Chu Mo also reacted and immediately said, "This person is at most a nascent soul. I'm afraid a mere nascent soul is nothing in the Ethereal Palace." "Uncle Zhong!" Cheng Kuenping suddenly looked at the gray-robed old man. "Go to the slums and pass a message to that person. Tell him that we'll invite him to the ethereal immortal residence tonight and apologize." Uncle Zhong left in confusion. "Great. Brother Cheng's plan is brilliant." Only Chu Mo could guess the former's thoughts at a glance. He could not help but clap his hands and sigh. "Not only can we verify that Brat's identity, but we also have a way out. If this Brat dares to make a move in the ethereal immortal residence, we'll definitely be able to get Elder Su of the Ethereal Palace to kill him." The two of them looked at each other and laughed out loud. In the slums of Lin City, as Yi Wen and the rest recounted, Yi Qin finally understood the series of changes that had taken place on Earth over the past 17 years. Among the foreign enemies that invaded Earth, other than the sects from the larger stars, there were also foreign races. The so-called foreign races included the monster race, the beast race, and the warhounds race. Among them, the foreign sects of the major regions had reached an agreement with the countries on Earth. However, the mutated race refused to negotiate. They occupied the desolate and remote areas of every country on Earth and attempted to occupy human cities. For this reason, every country in the world had been fighting against the mutated race for 17 years. Yi Qin could not help but look at Yi Wen and the rest after hearing that. "Are you saying that someone survived among the many powerhouses in the Kunlun ruins?" "That's right. The #1 person in the Kunlun ruins, Ziqing-tsang, survived. Luo Tianya and the rest of the youths also survived." Yuan nodded and said, "However, among them, old senior Ziqing-tsang went to the outer realm to fight a great enemy and was heavily injured. He has been in closed-door cultivation for over 10 years now. I wonder how he is." "What about Luo Tianya and the rest?" Yi Qin asked. Tang Ning said, "Luo Tianya's personality changed drastically because of Luo Shuiyao's death. He went to the eastern border to resist the mutated race alone. In just 17 years, he reached the stage of perfected nascent soul and obtained the title of Peerless God of War. Luo Shuiyao is dead. Yi Chen looked sad. Tang Ning continued. Many youths in the Kunlun ruins have joined Luo Tinya to guard the eastern border of China. They have 1 million human cultivator army. Since Luo Tinya has such achievements, why did he watch my star group be destroyed? Why did he watch you guys fall to this state? Yi Chen said. Tang Ning forced a smile. It's not that he doesn't want to save us, but it's said that the foreign sects have set up 12 true origin shackles in his body. As soon as he walks out of the eastern border, he'll die from a hemorrhage. Yi Chen smiled from extreme anger. Very good. Yi Wen sighed softly and said, Brother, after all the upper echelons of the star group died in battle, we fell apart. Those who used to rely on us also defected to the foreign sections. However, you don't have to be too angry. She could not help but look at Yi Chen with a smile as she spoke to this point. Do you still remember the disciple you took in Japan? Song Chia? Yi Chen recalled. Yes, that's him. Yi Wen said with a smile. This Brad is very promising now. He's guarding the northern border of China against the foreign army. He earned the title of the Northern Sea Heavenly King and commands an army of 1 million human cultivators. Yi Chen's expression eased up slightly when he heard that. He had never given the disciple he had taken in Japan any guidance after he passed down the inheritance. He did not expect him to have such a fortuitous encounter. What about Lin Tai's child, Lin Hao? Yi Chen asked. That was what he was most concerned about. Lin Tai died for him. Although he had reincarnated as a human, Yi Chen would not be able to face him in the future if anything happened to his son. Lin Hao is being trained by Song Chia. The little guy is already 21 years old and is extremely good at lightning techniques. Xiao Ye said sadly, however, Chia has also been targeted. 12 true origin shackles have been set up in his body, so he can't take care of us. To be precise, most of the people related to us have been wiped out. Only a small number of people with extremely high status in China have survived. Yi Wen sighed faintly. Even though they survived, they've been shackled, and they can't do anything they want. In other words, some foreign sects are targeting us on purpose. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold as he said, Do you know which foreign sects did it? For example, Luo Tinya and Song Chia. I'm not sure. Yi Wen shook her head and said, These forces never show themselves and are extremely cautious. However, I'm sure that they're all in China. What about Old Wang? Yi Chen suddenly thought of this person. Before he left, the person who contacted the higher-ups was Old Wang. Old Wang had also promised to treat Star Group well. Yi Wen said with a bitter smile, Old Wang died of illness more than 10 years ago. At that time, he represented the military to protect us. However, after his death, the person who replaced him was hostile to us. Forget it. Yi Chen shook his head and said, Now that I'm back, I won't let you guys suffer any more grievances. Brother, but we don't have any cultivation base. We can't help you at all. We're no different from cripples. Yi Wen said with a pale face, If you lose your cultivation base, you can just cultivate it back. Yi Chen smiled lightly and waved his sleeve. A jade slip appeared before the girls immediately. There are a few cultivation methods that I've imprinted in here. It won't be a problem for you to cultivate to tribulation stage. Choose one that's suitable for you. He waved his sleeve again, and a mountain of spirit stones and dozens of bottles of medicinal pills appeared in front of the girls. Some of these things were in his storage, but most of them were obtained from the Immortal Palace secret realm. Yu Shasha, who had been silent all this while, lowered her head and said sadly, Brother Yi, but Tang Ning and I don't have spiritual roots. Chapter 1392. Yi Chen smiled mysteriously, and a bottle of medicinal pills appeared in his hand. There are 2 qi repair pills among them. They can help you shape your spiritual root. The first time he went to the ghost ship, his purpose was to find the essence gold fruit that could refine the qi repair pills. Then he successfully found it in the Tianfeng Sea area of the ancient desolate realm and refined a total of 8 qi repair pills. As soon as he said that, Tang Ning, and Yu Shasha's bodies trembled. Their eyes widened as they stared at the bottle of medicinal pills in disbelief. They could even form a spiritual root after birth. Yi Qin smiled and said, "You guys can start cultivating now. I'll protect you guys. As for your aging looks, you can recover them with the help of the face restoration pill after you enter foundation building." The girls no longer hesitated and immediately found a suitable cultivation method for them from the jade slip. Then they began to absorb energy into their bodies with the help of the spirit stones on the spot and started cultivating again. As for Yu Shasha and Tang Ning, after consuming the Qi repair pill, one of them was born with the 3 spiritual roots of earth, metal, and water, while the other was born with the 4 spiritual roots of wood, metal, fire, and earth. Such aptitude was considered extremely poor in the eyes of others. However, Yi Qin never cared about spiritual roots. It did not matter if one's aptitude was poor. As long as one had enough resources, one could make up for everything. In just 2 hours, with Yi Qin's help, the 4 girls had all recovered to beginner stage foundation building. They had also recovered their looks with the help of the face restoration pill, turning from middle-aged women in their 40s into young women in their 20s. This scene made the girls extremely excited. How could they have ever thought that they would have such a day? The 14-year-old Yi Sik-hen was dumbfounded as he stood at the side. His eyes were filled with envy. "Little guy, I can't forget you." Yi Qin patted his head and said, "Your aptitude isn't bad. You actually have the rare fire and with dual spiritual roots. You're a natural seedling for alchemy." Meeting the little guy's expectant gaze, he changed the topic. "However, because you have a cleft lip, you can't cultivate before you correct your face. Otherwise, you'll have this cleft lip for the rest of your life." Only then did Yi Sik-hen suppress his excitement and nod. "All right, now that you've recovered, there's no need to live in this place anymore." Eventually, Yi Qin stood up and said to the girls, "I bought a guest house. You guys can stay there with me. We'll move back after we take back 9 Dragons Bay." The girls nodded in agreement. At this moment, a heavy knock came from outside. When Yi Sik-hen went to open the door, Yi Win and the rest were stunned when they saw the person standing outside. At that moment, there was an old man in a gray robe standing at the door. The old man looked at everyone with a smile and said, "May I know which one of you is called Mad Southern Yi?" "I am." "Who are you?" Yi Qin stared at him. The old man immediately smiled and said, "This old man is the Chung family steward. My name is Uncle Zhong. I'm here to deliver something to Mr. Yi on behalf of the Chung family's head." Yi Win and the rest tensed up as soon as he was done speaking. The Chung family sent people here as soon as Yi Qin killed Qingying. How could they not overthink? Before the people could speak, Uncle Zhong took out a purple gold invitation card and handed it to Yi Qin. He said, "Mr. Yi, the Chung family's master has invited you to the ethereal immortal residence for a banquet at 9 p.m. sharp." Yi Qin subsequently smiled upon hearing that. "I've killed someone from your family. Not only are you not enraged, but you're even kind enough to invite me to a banquet? It's just a misunderstanding." The smile on Uncle Zhong's face did not fade away. "Moreover, when Mr. Yi swept through the earth 17 years ago, my family was shocked. I regret not being able to witness Mr. Ye's glory from a close distance." "Interesting." Yi Chun was calm for a while. Subsequently, he grabbed the invitation card through the air and said, "Go back. Just tell them that I'll be there on time tonight." As soon as he said that, Yi Win and the rest of the girls turned pale. Their lips moved slightly, but they hesitated to speak. After Uncle Zhong left, Yuen could not help it anymore. She looked at Yi Chen and said, "Brother, you shouldn't have accepted that invitation card." "Master," Xiao Ye frowned slightly and said, "the Chung family is famous for taking revenge for the smallest grievance. I'm afraid they're up to no good by inviting you to a banquet, Yi Chen." Su Yuhan looked at Yi Chen. "Don't worry. Yi Chen chuckled softly as his eyes flickered. So what if it's a hangmen banquet? I'd like to see if the Chung family has the ability to go against the heavens. He did not plan to let the Chung family go. However, the Chung family was nothing to him. What he really cared about was the foreign sect behind the Chung family, the Ethereal Palace. Now that the Chung family had taken the initiative to invite him, it was exactly what he wanted. When night fell, Yi Chen walked to the ethereal immortal residence after arranging for Yi Wen and the rest to return to the guest house that he had bought. The ethereal immortal residence was located in the most luxurious place in Lin City. It was rumored that it was the property of the Ethereal Palace. It was said that a cup of ordinary spiritual tea cost more than 10 spirit stones. It was a famous money-squandering place. At that moment, there were groups of people in luxurious clothes walking in slowly at the entrance of the ethereal immortal residence in an orderly manner. It was because Lin City's annual exchange event would be held there tonight. Although the participants were all the younger generation of Lin City's cultivation world, there would still be people from the older generation of the families watching secretly. Where there were people, there would be fights. It seemed like an exchange event, but it was actually a way for the families to compete. The family that came first would get most of Lin City's resources for the next year. Therefore, the families were excited. At the same time, there were countless television stations and cultivation training classes joining, sponsoring advertisements, fighting for traffic and benefits. Among the crowd, a lady in white who was dressed very nicely turned her head to look at a young man in black behind her. Chung Bo, the Chung family sent the 3 of you this time. Are you confident that you can get into the top 10? It's hard to say. Chung Bo's expression turned serious as he shook his head. My family has dominated the leaderboard for 5 years. The other families aren't convinced. I heard that they've spent a lot of resources to train many young talents this time. It'll be very difficult for me to get into the top 10. The man and lady were Chu Qingyu and Chung Bo. I see. Chu Qingyu's beautiful eyes dimmed, but she said while smiling, Don't worry. I believe you. The man that I, Chu Qingyu, like is not an ordinary man. That's... Chung Bo looked at the crowd and smiled proudly. This time, I've cultivated a sword technique that I've never used before. If I catch them off guard, they won't be able to win. Before he could finish speaking, his gaze was fixed on a thin figure who was walking towards the misty, immortal abode in the distance. Chung Bo's gaze paused. That person is... What's wrong? Chu Qingyu followed his gaze and looked over. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and could not help but shout, Yi Chen? Hearing someone call him, Yi Chen, who had just walked to the door, lifted his head and looked over. He said in surprise, Why are you guys here? End of this chapter. Chapter 1393. I wanted to ask you why you're here. Chu Qingyu pulled Chung Bo over immediately. She looked at Yi Chen in shock and said, Don't tell me you're here to participate in this exchange event too? Exchange event? Yi Chen was slightly stunned. He then shook his head and said, No, I'm here to meet someone. Meet someone. Chu Qingyu frowned slightly and looked at him again. But the ethereal immortal residence has a clear rule that you can't enter without an invitation. Before Yi Chen could speak, she nodded and said, I know you know my aunt, but she doesn't have the ability to let you in. Chung Bo, who was next to her, looked at Yi Chen with a gleam in his eyes. He then took the initiative to say with a smile, Since brother you wants to go in, why don't you follow us? At that moment, Chu Qingyu could not help but look at the former suspiciously. Clearly, she did not expect him to be so generous. Seeing that Chung Bo had spoken, she could only look at Yi Chen and say, You can go in, but the people inside are the upper class of Lin City. Remember not to speak nonsense, and don't offend anyone. There's no need. Yi Chen said. Chu Qingyu interrupted him and said, Although I don't know how you know my aunt, if you offend someone, even I can't save you. Before she could finish, she saw Yi Chen turn around and walk to the door. He took out a purple gold invitation and handed it to the guard. The guard immediately bowed and gestured for him to enter. A purple gold invitation? Almost at that instant, Chu Qingyu and Cheng Bo, who were behind him, both stared at the purple gold invitation card. Chu Qingyu's beautiful eyes widened as she watched Yi Chen's disappearing figure. She mumbled, "Why does he have an invitation? And it's purple gold." Cheng Bo, who was beside her, narrowed his eyes and said sourly, "Maybe he stole it." There were less than 10 purple gold invitations in the entire Lin City, and all of them were in the hands of the upper echelons of the various wealthy families. How could he not be shocked that Yi Chen had a purple gold invitation in his hand? As soon as Yi Chen stepped into the first floor of the ethereal immortal residence, he saw that the spacious hall was crowded. Countless people were talking about the exchange event. The 5th floor. Yi Chen glanced at the invitation in his hand and looked at the 5th floor. He was about to go up. "It's you." At that moment, an extremely resentful voice suddenly came from behind him. Then he saw a gorgeously dressed woman quickly walk in. The noisy surroundings instantly quietened down. Everyone's gazes were directed over at the same time. After seeing the woman's face clearly, someone immediately exclaimed, "It's Miss Cheng Lixue of the Cheng clan." Why is Miss Cheng Lixue walking towards that young man? Something doesn't seem right. At that moment, many people were looking back and forth between Yi Chen and Cheng Lixue. All sorts of whispers could be heard. Cheng Lixue glared at Yi Chen and said resentfully, "There's a path to heaven, but you chose to barge into hell instead." Just when she was secretly thinking about how she was going to torture Yi Chen tomorrow, she did not expect to see him here. As she recalled the few slaps that Yi Chen had given her during the day, an irrepressible hatred rose within her. Someone in the crowd immediately noticed and couldn't help but chuckle. "That kid seems to have offended Miss Cheng. Who is this brat? How dare he offend Miss Cheng? Doesn't he know that the Cheng family is behind Miss Cheng? There's going to be a good show today." Some people were teasing while others were gloating. Chu Qingyu and Cheng Bo, who came in later, noticed that as well. Chu Qingyu's expression changed slightly. She wanted to help by instinct, but Cheng Bo held her back tightly. Yi Chen glanced at Cheng Lixue coldly. He then looked away and walked to the 5th level. "Stop right there." Cheng Lixue almost exploded when she saw that he was ignoring her. She walked up and stopped him directly. She said coldly, "I'll give you a chance now. As long as you kneel and count out to me 3 times, I'll leave your body in one piece." Sister Shui, Chu Qingyu, who was in the crowd, could not take it anymore. She broke free from Cheng Bo's hand and took a few steps forward. She looked at Yi Chen and said, "Yi Chen, what's wrong with you? Why did you provoke Sister Shui? You guys know each other?" Cheng Lixue's face was cold. Chu Qingyu smiled immediately and said, "Sister Shui, Yi Chen is my aunt's friend. Is there a misunderstanding between you guys?" "Misunderstanding?" Cheng Lixue smirked coldly. "Chu Qingyu, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be a busybody. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing you respect." She looked at Yi Chen with resentment again as she spoke. To this point, brat kneel. I don't want to repeat myself a 3rd time. Chu Qingyu secretly sighed upon hearing that. She could not help but look at Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, if you don't want to die, you should. Should I still kneel?" Yi Chen chuckled softly. He then extended his hand and grabbed Cheng Lixue directly. "Why do you want to die again and again?" At that moment, everyone's expression changed drastically, especially Cheng Lixue. She did not expect Yi Chen to dare to fight in the ethereal residence. "How dare you touch my family? Do you have a death wish?" At that moment, a man in black suddenly shot out from the crowd. The majestic true origin energy aura made many people's expressions change. "It's the Cheng family master's godson, Cheng Tian. It's said that he's only 30 years old, but he's already at perfected foundation building. He's known as one of the most promising candidates to win this exchange meet. That brat is doomed now that he's here." Exclamations and sighs were heard from the crowd. At the same time, Chu Qingyu could not help but sigh. Qing Tian was a genius that the Cheng family master had nurtured with all his heart. He could be ranked top 3 among the younger generation in Lin City. To her, Yi Chun was dead meat. "Brat, you deserve to die for insulting my family." Qing Tian formed a terrifying seal with both of his hands. He seemed to be pushing a gigantic millstone in the air as he charged at Yi Qin. Cheng Lixue smirked viciously. His cold voice sent chills down people's spines. "Brother Tian, don't kill him. Killing him would be letting him off too easily. I want to torture him, chop off his limbs, extract his soul, and refine it day and night." However, Yi Qin slapped in the next second. He was neither fast nor slow, as if he was slapping a mosquito. Bang! Cheng Tian's body turned into a bloody mist, and blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, the entire first floor fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Chu Qingyu stood there blankly. The smile on Cheng Lixue's face froze. Her eyes were wide open as if she had seen a ghost. Chapter 1394. As Cheng Tian's blood splattered on the spot, everyone was shocked. In the spacious hall, countless dumbfounded eyes landed on the young man with white hair and a skinny body. He killed Qing Tian with a single slap. One must know that Cheng Tian was the genius of the Cheng family, one of the 3 wealthy families in Lin City. He was personally trained by the family leader, Cheng Kuanping, since he was young. He was only over 30 years old, but he was known as one of the most promising candidates to become a Golden Core Patriarch. Who is that? Why does he have such ability? He must be a Golden Core Patriarch to be able to kill Qing Tian with a single slap. But why have I never seen him before? Qing Tian is dead. This is getting out of hand. The originally deathly silent scene was suddenly broken by waves of uproar. "Why you dare to kill Brother Tian?" At that moment, an extremely sharp and horrified voice came out of Cheng Lixue's mouth. At that moment, she looked at Yi Chun with fear in her eyes. "You're dead. I guarantee that you're dead." What the entire Cheng family did not know was that Cheng Lixue and Cheng Tian had broken the rules and slept together countless times. Now that Yi Chen had killed Qing Tian, how could she not go crazy? Yi Chen grabbed the air and grabbed her directly. *TCH, go to hell first. Seeing this, everyone cried out in surprise. Not only did Yi Chen kill Qing Tian, but he also wanted to kill Cheng Lixue. He was offending the Cheng family. "Yi Chen, don't act recklessly." At the same time, Chu Qingyu, who was standing aside, snapped back to her senses. She stopped him immediately. "Stop. Don't make the same mistake again. Otherwise, there'll be no place for you in the entire Lin City." She looked at Yi Chen with a complicated gaze when she was done speaking. She thought that Yi Chen looked weak and weak. Never had she thought that he would kill Qing Tian with a single slap. One must know that Cheng Tian's cultivation base was much more powerful than hers. Qing Bo took a step forward and looked at Yi Chen coldly. "Brother Yi, let go of my sister Shui and kneel to be bound. I can beg my family to spare your life." "Really?" Yi Chen smiled lightly and looked at Cheng Lixue in his hand coldly. "Grow some brains in your next life. There are some people that you can't afford to offend. No, you can't kill me." Cheng Lixue was hysterical. Almost at that moment, an incomparably deep voice exploded in the hall. "Mr. Yi, please stop. It's the Patriarch. The Patriarch is here." Hearing this extremely familiar voice, Qing Bo and Cheng Lixue's faces immediately surged with joy. "The head of the Cheng family, Cheng Kuanping, is here." "What?" "You have to know that Patriarch Qing is a perfected Golden Core Cultivator, one of the top 3 people in Lin City." Hearing Cheng Bo's words, the surrounding spectators also exclaimed in surprise. Chu Qingyu's expression changed slightly. She glanced at Yi Chen as if she could not bear to look at him. She then shook her head and said, "Yi Chen, you've made a big deal out of this. Even Uncle Cheng is here now." Even I can't protect you. Yi Chen carried Cheng Lishua with one hand and looked coldly at the staircase leading to the second floor of the ethereal immortal residence. There were 3 suffocating silhouettes walking over slowly. The leader was the Cheng family's head, Cheng Kunpeng. After seeing the faces of the 3 people, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. The Xiang family's head, the Chu family's head, and the Cheng family's head. The leaders of the 3 wealthy families in Lin City were here. One must know that the 3 of them were people who killed hundreds of millions of people in Lin City. Chu Qingyu, who was next to Yi Chen, almost fainted when she saw that. The Cheng family's head, Cheng Kunpeng, paused for a few seconds on the bloody mist on the ground. He then looked at Yi Chen and said, "Mr. Yi, I'm the Cheng family's head, Cheng Kunpeng. I didn't mean to offend you. Please let Shua go for my sake." Before he could finish speaking, there was a clear and melodious sound of joints cracking in the silent hall. Subsequently, Cheng Lishua's stiff body fell hard to the ground. Her eyes were wide open, as if she did not expect Yi Chen to dare to kill her after the family's head appeared. Yi Chen flicked his sleeves, looking extremely calm. He looked at Cheng Kunpeng coldly. "How much is your face worth?" In an instant, the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. However, after a short period of silence, there were waves of shock. Yi Chen dared to kill someone in front of the 3 family heads. Chu Qingyu looked at Yi Chen as if she was looking at a lunatic. Her lips trembled as she said, "You're crazy. I think you're really crazy." Cheng Kunpeng's expression was extremely grim. Just when everyone thought he was going to flare up, Cheng Kunpeng took a deep breath in. He suddenly looked at Yi Chen and said while smiling, "Mr. Yi, I invited you to the banquet out of kindness. Is this how you treat me?" Gasp! An uproar broke out immediately. Clearly, no one expected Cheng Kunpeng to speak to Yi Chen in such a tone. One must know that Yi Chen had killed a member of the Cheng family in front of him. No one would be able to tolerate such a scene, right? They were not the only ones. Even Chu Qingyu and Cheng Bo looked at Cheng Kunpeng in disbelief, including the family head of the Xiang family. The family head of the Xiang family, Xiang Songha, fixed his eyes on Yi Chen. He felt that Yi Chen looked familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him before. Yi Chen's gaze was calm as he looked at him and said slowly, "They deserve to die. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore." A hint of malice flashed through Cheng Kunpeng's eyes before he said with a smile, "I've already prepared a banquet. Please follow me upstairs for a chat, Mr. Yi." Everyone was even more confused. However, Yi Chen said coldly, "There's no need for a chat. My purpose here today is very simple. Your Cheng family stole my resources and humiliated my family. You even disregarded the blood of your ancestors and begged the foreign sections." After saying that, he took a step forward and fixed his gaze on Cheng Kunpeng. "If you kneel down and kowtow in front of everyone and accept your death, I can consider leaving your corpse intact." As soon as he said that, the entire place fell into dead silence. Countless people stared at Yi Chen in disbelief with their eyes wide open. They thought they had heard wrongly. Where did this arrogant bastard come from? How dare he boast? The upper echelon of the Cheng family, who rushed, overheard what he said and scoffed. He took a step forward and threw a terrifying, piercing punch at Yi Chen. The fist seal completely annihilated the surrounding air. It was like a small nuclear warhead that contained a terrifying might. That might caused many of the older generation to tremble in fear. The person who attacked was a beginner-stage Golden Core upper echelon of the Cheng family. Yi Chen seemed to have not seen it. He shook his sleeve lightly, and the former turned into a bloody mist before he could get within 3 meters of him. End of this chapter. Chapter 1395. This series of unforeseen events happened in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone reacted, what entered their eyes was a ghastly bloody mist and the pungent smell of blood. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Yi Chen merely shook his sleeves lightly. A beginner stage golden core powerhouse died. Just like that, it was even easier than killing an ant. When everyone looked at Yi Chen again, there was only deep shock and horror in their eyes. Who exactly is this person? The same thought flashed through countless people's minds. At that moment, the Xiong family's master, Xiong Songha, who had been staring at Yi Chen, suddenly inhaled sharply. He stared at Yi Chen and said, "Why, you're mad Southern Yi!" The moment that was said, everyone fell silent. Countless powerhouses of the older generation were stunned at first. Then they looked at Yi Chen. There was only extreme shock and disbelief left in their eyes. Mad Southern Yi. To them, those 3 words were extremely old, but they were like thunder in their ears because those 3 words represented monstrous killing intent. He was a legend who had once ascended to the top of China, suppressed Japan with his sword, swept across the world, and suppressed an era. Apart from them, most of the young people present asked in confusion, "Who's mad Southern Yi?" Before Yi Chen left Earth, they were still 7 or 8 years old. They had never truly experienced the era that Yi Chen suppressed. Therefore, they did not have any impression of mad Southern Yi. Yi Chen lifted his head to look at the Xiong family's master, Xiong Songha. His gaze was calm as his voice that was neither loud nor soft resounded throughout the place. "It's been 17 years. I didn't expect someone to still remember my name. I thought this world had long forgotten me. I wouldn't dare. The Xiong family's master, Xiong Songha, felt his scalp tingle when he met Yi Chen's gaze. Subsequently, he jogged to Yi Chen and bowed deeply. "It's been 17 years. Mr. Yi is still alive. I'm so excited." His expression was not fake at all as he said in a trembling voice, "Back then, when Mr. Yi killed Yuan Bupo with one hand in Tianan, I was only a dojo master. However, I was shocked by that battle." I see Yi Chen's gaze soften a little. He looked at him and said, "Are you here to help Cheng Kuanpeng fight me today?" No. Xiong Songha hurriedly shook his head. Yi Chen waved his sleeve as if he was chasing a fly away, "Since you don't dare step aside. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing without batting an eye." Xiong Songha retreated to the side obediently upon hearing that. He looked terrified as if he was afraid that Yi Chen would attack him. Chu Qingyu and the other members of the younger generation were dumbfounded. They almost couldn't believe that this was the Xiong family's patriarch, who was on equal footing with Cheng Kuanping and Chu Mo. Before they could react, an old man dressed in black walked out from the crowd. The old man walked forward quickly and knelt on one knee before Yi Chen. He was extremely excited as he looked at Yi Chen. Taizu Long Fist, the current dojo master, He Changsho, greets Master Yi. Plop! Another person took a few steps forward and knelt before Yi Chen. He said with tears in his eyes, "Baji Sect Master, Wen Shan Hu greets Master Yi. Master Yi, when I was trapped in Japan with my master back then, you were the one who rescued us. I will never forget this kindness." Plop! 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 Under the gazes of Chu Qingyu and the rest of the younger generation, more than half of the older generation knelt before Yi Chen. Some of them cried, some of them choked. In an instant, the scene was dead silent. All the younger generation stared at Yi Chen with their eyes wide open. Who exactly is this guy? Chu Qingyu's beautiful eyes were almost blank as she looked at Yi Chen, who was surrounded by the crowd. She mumbled, "I can't believe he has such influence." After seeing that, the Cheng family's patriarch, Cheng Kuanping, could not help but look at the Chu family's patriarch, Chu Mo. Their gazes were terrifyingly grim. They initially wanted to test Yi Chen's identity and strength through this banquet, but they did not expect it to cause such a commotion. Thinking to this point, Cheng Kuanping could not help but laugh passionately and say, "I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be the legend of China for 17 years. Mad Southern Yi. It's our fortune, China's fortune." That's right. After 17 years, Mr. Ye's return to the world will definitely make the world cheer. Chu Mo flattered with a fake smile. Yi Chen waved his hand to signal everyone to leave. He lifted his eyes slowly and fixed his calm gaze on Cheng Kunpeng. Do you need me to repeat what I just said? The moment that was said, everyone fell into silence. The smile on Cheng Kunpeng's face froze. Then he said coldly, Mad Southernie, even if my Cheng family has a small misunderstanding with you, you don't have to be so overbearing, do you? Small misunderstanding. Yi Chen scoffed when he heard that. He walked toward the former step by step. Then, let me ask you, is my former home, 9 Dragons Bay, occupied by your Cheng family? Let me ask you, have my close friends, Yuan, and the rest been repeatedly humiliated by your Cheng family? Let me ask you again, he spoke as he walked. Every question made Cheng Kunping's expression turn more and more terrible. In the end, it was as gloomy as water. Seeing that Yi Chen was getting closer and closer to the two of them, the Chu family's head, Chu Mo, said coldly, Yi, we call you Mr. Yi. Do you really think we're afraid of you? That's right. Cheng Kunping smirked coldly. Yi, times have changed. Do you really think you're still the Earth #1? Moreover, look at how sick you look now. I don't think you have much time left, do you? At this point, he smiled viciously and said, You came at the right time today. I think it'll be exciting when the world finds out about your death. At the next moment, he suddenly turned his head and bowed heavily in the direction of the stairs. A strange expression appeared at the corner of his lips. Elder Su, please help us kill this brat. Chu Mo also bowed and clasped his fists. As his voice fell, the space where the staircase was in everyone's eyes was suddenly torn apart. Then, several long dragons of black gas swept over. The several black gas dragons were actually 3 figures. Waves of vast and gloomy aura filled the entire hall. Plop! Under that might, countless people in the hall felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Then they could not control their bodies and lay on the ground. Their faces were filled with shock. As the 3 figures landed on the ground, 3 old men were revealed. The leader looked at Cheng Kunping and Chu Mo with a faint smile. Cheng Kunping, Chu Mo, we've sent 3 people for you. If the 2 of you go back on your word, you should know what we're capable of. We wouldn't dare. Cheng Kunping and Chu Mo immediately shook their heads. As the 3 of them appeared, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze to the extreme. Everyone's hearts were filled with deep shock and horror. End of this chapter. Chapter 1396. 3 nascent soul powerhouses. The head of the Xiong family, Xiong Songha, who had retreated to the side, gritted his teeth as he tried to resist the 3 pressures. At the same time, waves of shock surged in his heart. He did not expect Cheng Kunping and Chu Mo to prepare this in advance. In order to deal with Yi Chen, they had hired 3 nascent soul powerhouses from Ethereal Palace. One had to know that on Earth today, nascent soul cultivators were people who stood at the top of the world. All of them were the ancestors of sections. Only the foreign sects could produce such a large number of powerhouses. He was not the only one. Even the older generation who had acknowledged Yi Chen earlier were extremely terrified. Elder Su, who was the leader of the 3 old men, fixed his cold gaze on Yi Chen. Is this the Earth's #1 mad Southernie from 17 years ago? Elder Su, that's the one. Cheng Kunping nodded immediately and said, This kid is suspected to have stepped into beginner stage nascent soul 17 years ago. Now that 17 years have passed, I'm afraid he's even stronger than before. The 3 of you must be careful. Don't underestimate him. Be careful? An old man behind Elder Su could not help but sneer. This kid's aura is unstable, and his face is dispirited. It's obvious that he's exhausted his energy. Even if he was once at nascent soul, how much strength can he unleash now? That's right. Another old man looked at Yi Chen and laughed. Even if he's at his peak, there are 3 of us. It'll be easy for us to kill him. Elders, you're right. Chu Mo could not help but agree. He then looked at Yi Chen and scoffed. Yi, I'm afraid you didn't expect us to prepare such a big gift for you, did you? Following his words, many people's expressions changed. Many people's expressions changed. The older generation, including Xiang Songha, the head of the Xiang family, smiled bitterly. To them, Yi Qin did not stand a chance against the might of three nascent soul stage powerhouses. Chang Kuenping shook his head with a forced smile. What a pity that the Earth's number one who once suppressed the world is going to die. Moreover, he died in Lin City. Chu Qingyu secretly shook her head as if she could see Yi Chen's outcome. Are you guys done? Yi Chen placed his hands behind his back and glanced at the few of them calmly. Subsequently, a disdainful smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. You're just three beginner-stage, nascent soul trash. Do you think you can kill me? How dare you? You're courting death. You're merely a desolate native of Constellation. Yet you dare to look down on us. Terrifying killing intent flashed through Elder Su and the rest's eyes when they heard that. They released the pressure from their bodies and shook their sleeves violently. They turned into a black energy dragon that charged at Yi Qin. His attack directly shattered the space within a radius of 10 feet. The violent spiritual energy of heaven and earth was like a tornado that wanted to destroy everything. Mr. Yi. Seeing this scene, many of the older generation could not help but close their eyes. Their faces were filled with despair. The head of the Xiang family, Xiang Songha, smiled bitterly. Heavens, since you've allowed the Chinese legend to return, are you going to let him die so heartlessly? Scram! Yi Chen ignored his attack and spoke softly. Boom! As soon as the word scram was said, the entire hall shook violently. It was as if endless heavenly might had descended upon this place. Then, Elder Su let out a loud cry as his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist that scattered into the sky. At that moment, the entire hall fell into dead silence. Everyone's expressions froze, and their eyes were filled with shock. A dignified, nascent soul cultivator was killed in an instant. Elder Su. The remaining two beginner-stage nascent soul cultivators, Chung Kuenpeng, and the rest blurted out, subconsciously. Their faces were filled with shock. The rest could not believe what they had just seen. Chu Qingyu covered her red lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? Oh no, this person isn't in beginner stage nascent soul cultivator. He's clearly not weaker than a great cultivator. At that moment, one of the two beginner stage nascent soul cultivator's expression changed drastically. Then his figure flashed, and he immediately fled outside. Damn you! Chung Kuenping, you bastard! His eyes were filled with hatred. If the two of them had not received the wrong information, they would not have underestimated Yi Chen's ability. Bleck! Yi Chen's gaze was like lightning as he flashed through the air. He slashed at the former like a peerless blade. The latter was split into two along with his nascent soul. He fell from the sky and blood splattered everywhere. The former was also a nascent soul cultivator, but he could not resist Yi Chen at all. He was killed like an ant. Another person died. Everyone's eyelids twitched. They did not know what to say. Only their trembling bodies reflected everything. The remaining beginner-stage nascent soul cultivator immediately gave up on escaping when he saw that. He knelt heavily before Yi Chen and said, "Fellow, it's a misunderstanding. This is really a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Yi Chen's eyes flashed as he walked towards the former. "Fellow, don't go too far." When the other party saw this, his body trembled heavily. Then he said fiercely, "Don't forget that I have Ethereal Palace behind me. If you kill me," Yi Chen's white hair fluttered, "then I'll destroy Ethereal Palace. Then let's die together." The remaining beginner stage, nascent soul cultivator roared repeatedly. His eyes were bloodthirsty and his voice was shrill. He instantly chose to burn his nascent soul. "You overestimate yourself." Yi Qin scoffed coldly. He extended his hand and grabbed him directly. He crushed him forcefully, and his flesh and nascent soul disappeared together. The series of actions was extremely fast. From the moment Yi Qin attacked to the moment he killed 3 people consecutively, it was done in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the entire place fell into dead silence. 3 nascent soul cultivators died just like that. Everyone could not believe it. Only Chen Kuanping and Chu Mo were trembling. Then they knelt before Yi Qin. "Mr. Yi, spare us, spare us!" "Mr. Yi, everything we did was forced by Ethereal Palace. Please take into account that we're all Chinese." Chu Mo knelt and begged for mercy. "I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it." Yi Qin remained expressionless. Then he grabbed the 2 of them in his hand through the air. His gaze was cold. "Not only will you die now, but I'll also destroy the families behind you." Bang, bang, 2 balls of golden flames suddenly bloomed in his hands, directly enveloping Chen Kuanping and Chu Mo, forcefully burning their bones and scattering their ashes. At that moment, everyone looked up at his peerless demeanor. Their eyes were blank, and only their minds were left with rumbling sounds. On the other hand, the older generation present cried tears of joy. The head of the Xiang family, Xiang Songha, rejoiced. "Fortunately, I rejected Ethereal Palace's recruitment back then and never added insult to injury to the Yi family. Otherwise—" He looked at Yi Qin in shock again after saying that. As expected of the former mad Southern Yi. "You're still so decisive." End of this chapter. Chapter 1397. Looking at the blood all over the ground. Everyone in the ethereal immortal residence fell into dead silence at that moment. Everyone had their eyes fixed on Yi Qin. Following Yi Qin's appearance, he killed the Cheng family's disciple and Cheng Lixue. Eventually, he killed the 3 beginner-stage nascent soul realm elders of the Ethereal Palace. The series of changes happened in an extremely short period of time, but the shock it brought to everyone was wave after wave. This grand event that was originally an exchange between the wealthy families of Lin City had changed. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as a wedding banquet. The Cheng family and the Chu family are finished. Such a thought flashed through many people's minds, and it caused a huge commotion in the entire Lin City. Yi Qin glanced at everyone and said calmly, "From now on, Lin City will bow under my feet again." His eyes were filled with disdain. As soon as he said that, his voice shook the entire place like a mighty heavenly might. Be it the older generation or the younger generation, all of them lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. The Xiang family's master, Xiang Songha, was the first to bow. Lin City and the entire Tiannan belonged to Mr. Yi. It's normal for Mr. Yi to take back Lin City today. "Greetings, Master Yi." The rest of the people immediately reacted and knelt down. Chu Qingyu, who was in the crowd, looked at that scene with an extremely complicated expression. She then looked at Cheng Bo, who was scared out of his wits. For some reason, she suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Qin's gaze eased a few times. He took out a tissue and started coughing violently. After he was done coughing, the scarlet on the tissue shocked everyone. Xiang Songha's body trembled. "Mr. Yi, I'm fine." Yi Qin tossed the tissue into the trash can and turned around to leave slowly. His lonely and weak body seemed to be swaying in the wind. Not long after Yi Qin left, a shocking storm broke out in Lin City again. A piece of shocking news swept through the entire Tiannan and even China. The Cheng family and the Chu family were destroyed. The 2 wealthy families that had stood in Lin City for 10 years were destroyed. Be it men or women, old or young, none of them survived. When the news spread out, countless people felt that it was unbelievable. One should know that both the Cheng and Chu clans had experts at the Golden Elixir Realm. What's more, the Cheng and Chu clan had the backing of a colossus, the Ethereal Palace. With such a terrifying background, even if the government wanted to make a move, they would have to think twice. It was at this time that countless forces found out the truth behind the Cheng and Chu clans' annihilation. All of them were shocked by the 6 blood-red words on the gates of the Cheng and Chu clan. Sect exterminator, mad southernie. As soon as those words were spoken, many forces were stunned, and they couldn't help but rack their brains to recall if there was such a person in their memories. Before the crowd could think too much about it, another earth-shattering piece of news shook the world like a bolt of lightning. The Earth's number one, mad southernie, who had disappeared for 17 years, had returned. The murder case of the misty immortal abode soon spread. He killed the Cheng family's disciples in public and killed 3 nascent soul elders of the Misty Palace with lightning speed. After that, he even turned the Chu and Cheng family masters into ashes. At first, there were people who did not believe it. However, when the video of the misty immortal abode was posted online, it shocked the world. Countless people were extremely shocked. The Earth's number one, mad southernie, who once climbed to the top of China, swept Japan, and dominated the world, is back. What? Didn't rumors say that he died on Heavenly Path? How is that possible? Countless ancient forces relayed the news to each other. Mr. Yi, you're really back. I knew it. With your methods, how could you die on Heavenly Path? Ha ha ha. A legend who used to be invincible on Earth has returned. The heavens haven't destroyed our Earth. The legend still exists, and the legend has returned. The heavens have pity on us. This is the fortune of China and the fortune of all humans on Earth. Some of the older generation of Chinese powerhouses cried tears of joy. Within a day, posts about Yi Chen's return exploded on various forums on the internet. All the posts related to Yi Chen were pinned in red, causing a commotion and heated discussion on the internet. It's him. The once invincible legend of China. The Yi army passed by. Where are the brothers and sisters from back then? The Yi army, Yi Xiaoman, has returned. The Yi army, Yi Bin, has returned. The Yi army. This scene was playing out in various online forums and group chats. A teacher in a high school parent group realized that more than half of the parents in the group had changed their group nickname to Yi Army. The high school teacher warned, "Parents, please change your name back. It's not good. You're not children anymore." After sending that message, she thought that her tone was a little inappropriate, so she typed another sentence. In the end, she realized that the message she sent had a red exclamation mark in a luxurious hall in Shanghai. A middle-aged man with a blue beard was kneeling on the ground and wiping the floor. In front of him was a plump woman. "Yi, I'm going out to play cards. Wipe the floor well and wash your clothes. If I come back and see that you didn't do it, you'll have to get lost and spend the night." The plump woman left after saying that while eating melon seeds. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and had no choice but to speed up his movements. At that moment, his phone rang. He opened it and realized that it was a message from an online friend that he had not contacted for a few years. "Yi Bei, look online." "Quick!" Seeing that, the middle-aged man said impatiently, "Xiaoman, you know me? That tigress at home is very bossy. Look, that man is back. Who?" The middle-aged man was stunned at first, but he could not dissuade the other party in the end. He turned on his phone and looked online. The scene that entered his eyes made him freeze. The Yi army passed by. Where are the brothers and sisters from back then? When he saw the red post, Yi Bei's eyes reddened. Too much sadness and grievance turned into tears. Ding ling ling. At that moment, his WeChat rang. As soon as he picked it up, he heard the voice. "Yi, I forgot to bring my wallet. I'll give you 10 minutes to bring it over." Yi Bei was hot-headed and shouted into the phone, "Damn fat pig, I'll send it to you." There was a moment of silence on the phone. Obviously, the person on the other side did not expect that. A few seconds later, an extremely ear-piercing voice was heard. "Yi Bei, you're really rebelling. You piece of trash. If I didn't like you, you'd be... Damn fat pig, I don't want to live with you anymore." Yi Bei scolded him. Why was I blind to marry into your family back then? All these years, I've been your slave. I've had enough of you. Goodbye." He hung up the phone and walked to the window. He took a puff of his cigarette and wiped his tears before replying, "The Yi army, Yi Bei, has returned." End of this chapter. Chapter 1398. The turmoil caused by Yi Chen's return was getting more and more intense. However, there were still people online who asked, "Who is Mad Southern Yi?" "He's as strong as the Lord of the West, the peerless god of war, the North Sea heavenly king." You're right. Whether it's the peerless war god Luo Tianya or the Northern Sea heavenly king Li Chia, they're the undisputed idols of the people. Another person sneered, "Forgive me for being ignorant, but I really don't know who this Mad Southern Yi you guys are talking about is." Their mockery immediately attracted many young people's likes and replies. For the young people of their generation, overthrowing and mocking the things of the older generation was the greatest sense of accomplishment. The two idiots upstairs. Someone could not take it anymore and replied, "When Mad Southern Yi swept across the world, some of you were still trying to smooth things over." He then added, "As for the Northern Sea heavenly king, Li Chia, that you guys are talking about, I'm sorry, but he's Mad Southern Yi's disciple. Even the lord of the western region, Ning Yutian, has to call himself a junior in front of Mad Southern Yi." In an instant, people who lived in the same era as Yi Chen stood up one after another to slap and refute him, rendering the people who mocked speechless. Because of that, Yi Chen's past deeds were mentioned again. Many young people were shocked when they found out about it. When the news reached overseas, it was already too late. Dongying was shocked, Goryeo was shocked, and the U.S. was silent. Then all the countries, religions, and forces were shocked. Didn't they say that this malefic star died in Heaven's Road? Why did he come back? Damn it. More than 10 years ago, when we were negotiating with the extraterrestrial civilizations, we all hit the Yi family when they were down. With Mad Southern Yi's vengeful personality, he'll definitely vent his anger on us. What are you afraid of? Behind us are the sects from the outer realms. Meanwhile, in China, when the rising wealthy families and forces recalled Yi Chen's character, they could not help but feel terrified. Right at that moment, another piece of news came out. Mad Southern Yi seems to be injured, and his physical condition isn't very good. I think he doesn't have much time left. Everyone was so shocked by this news that they couldn't help but scream. What? Mad Southern Yi is about to die. He won't live for long. It's true. According to those who saw him, Mad Southern Yi's face was pale without a trace of blood. He looked like an old man, and he was coughing up blood. Such news spread all over the world, shocking everyone. After all, every country had felt the fear of being dominated by Mad Southern Yi. What a pity. Such an outstanding person is actually about to die. It's truly unbelievable. The countries and forces that had a good impression of Yi Chen felt that it was a pity. After all, Yi Chen was not as ruthless and inhumane as the rumors said. The heavens are jealous of geniuses. With his aptitude, if he has enough lifespan, he might be able to compete with the sects in the outer realm. If he dies, it will be a great loss to Earth. Is the heavens going to destroy the future hope of the Chinese cultivation world? Countless powerhouses of the older generation who had witnessed Yi Chen sweep through the world beat their chests and stomped their feet. Hot tears rolled down their faces. They could not wait to give their remaining lifespan to Yi Chen. The latest news is that after Mad Southern Yi unified Lin City, his subordinates started to collect medicinal herbs everywhere. It seems like they want to extend his life. I heard that too. Many people came to see him, but they were all stopped at the door. That's right. I heard that many famous doctors in China are heading to the Yi family. Some wealthy families even offered supreme medicine. Even big countries like England, America, and France extended an olive branch to Yi Chen, inviting him to go overseas for treatment. It seems like Mad Southern Yi is really going to die. One could say that the whole world was talking about Yi Chen. Some could not accept it. Some felt pity. Some were devastated, but most of them were gloating. Just when the outside world was discussing Yi Qin, in the Chung family's villa in Lin City, Tiannan, China, in the quiet bedroom, Yi Hai, Wulan, and the rest held their breaths. They watched Yi Qin insert spiritual power to extend Su Yuhan's life. Although Yi Qin had given Su Yuhan the last drop of blood from his heart to give her enough life force, he could not extend her lifespan. Su Yuhan seemed to be full of life, but she was actually weak on the inside. Coupled with the fact that she had just given birth, her vitality was greatly damaged. Her body was getting worse day by day. Meanwhile, Yi Hai and Wulan felt sorry for Yi Qin. The reason being, Yi Qin's body was getting worse. Ever since he returned to Earth from the Purple World, he looked like he had aged 20 years. If not for the beauty pill that he had consumed, he might really look like an old man. Looking at Yi Qin, who was extending her life at all costs, Su Yuhan struggled and said softly, "Yi Qin, give up. If this goes on, you'll die too." Her eyes were filled with sorrow and heartache. "I'm fine." Yi Qin smiled lightly and said softly, "Don't worry. I know my own body. Nobody in this world can kill me." As soon as he was done speaking, he could not help but cough a few times again. The scarlet blood that flowed out of the corner of his mouth made Yi Hai and the rest cry. Wu Lan's eyes were red as she cried until her voice was hoarse. "What exactly did my family do in my previous life? Why are you punishing us like this?" She hugged Yi Chen's thigh tightly and cried, "Daddy, I don't want you to die. I don't want you to die. Silly girl, how can Daddy die?" Yi Chen hugged her in his arms and scratched her nose. "Daddy still has to raise you and watch you get married. Big brother." Qian looked at him reluctantly. She could not help but look at Yi Chen and say in a trembling voice, "Brother, is there really no other way?" Yi Chen smiled lightly as if he could not answer. If he wanted to slow down his body's condition, he had to extract the drop of blood from Su Yuhan's heart before she finished absorbing it. However, how could he do that? At that moment, Xiaoya walked in quickly and said with tears in her eyes, "Master, various forces have sent you medicine that can prolong your life. Do you want to take a look? Keep it for now." Yi Chen's smile remained, but he secretly sighed. Unfortunately, the medicine that could prolong her life was useless on Su Yuhan. His situation was different from Su Yuhan's. The latter had too much vital energy and blood, but her lifespan was insufficient. Meanwhile, he had enough lifespan, but insufficient vital energy and blood. The Patriarch of Hell was here. He was initially enjoying himself in Japan, but he came all the way here after hearing that Yi Qin did not have much time left. "Fellow Yi, try your best not to fight anyone now." The Patriarch of Hell looked at Yi Qin and said in a deep voice, "Your vital energy and blood are drying up by the day. If you fight someone forcefully, your vital energy and blood will be exhausted even faster. Once your vital energy and blood are exhausted, your body will be crippled." End of this chapter. Chapter 1399. That's right, Xiaoqin, the Patriarch is right. You should accompany Yuhan and think of a way to recover from your injuries. Yi Hai advised. The Patriarch will think of a way to save you. The Patriarch of Hell added, but you must listen to the Patriarch. If there's anything, you can ask Wu Shuang and the rest to do it. Yi Chen nodded and said with a smile, "I know." He lifted his head to look at Yi Wen, and the rest, after saying that, "Rebuild 9 Dragons Bay for me as soon as possible. I want to move in with Yuhan as soon as possible." "Brother, don't worry. It'll be done in less than 3 days." Yi Wen nodded repeatedly. Yi Chen suddenly grabbed Su Yuhan's hand and held it gently. He then looked at Yi Hai. "Dad, choose a date." "I want to get married to Yuhan as soon as possible." Yi Hai's eyes welled up when he heard that it sounded like his last words. He immediately choked and said, "I've calculated it. The 15th of this month is a good date. In other words, there are still 10 days?" Yi Chen nodded lightly and said, "All right, the 15th it is. During this period, work hard, Dad." You can look for Yi Wen and the rest if you have any questions." He waved his hand. "All right, you guys may leave." Everyone was afraid that he would be too tired, so they nodded and left immediately. However, the second child that Meng Meng and Yi Chen gave birth to stayed. Su Yuhan took her son. She smiled as she looked at the little boy's facial features that were growing. "Yi Chen, you haven't named our son yet." "I've thought of a few before." Yi Chen looked at his son and said while smiling, "Yang, Yi Tian, Yi Lin, Yi Ming, Yi Wen, which one do you think is good?" Su Yuhan thought about it carefully and said, "Why don't we call him Yi Wen? I hope that our son will be a gentle child in the future." She could not help but look at Yi Chen in anticipation after saying that. Before Yi Chen could say anything, the little boy in her arms suddenly cried. Apart from crying once when he was born, the little boy had never cried before. However, he was crying because he was given a name. "Looks like this little guy doesn't like this name." Yi Chen said in between tears and laughter, "That makes sense. My son, Mad Southern Yi, will definitely be a devil who will bring chaos to the three realms in the future. How can he be gentle?" As the saying goes, when a scholar meets a soldier, he cannot be reasoned with. In this world, you can be anything, but you cannot be a weak scholar. He slowly said, "Even an ordinary man who is anxious knows to draw his blade and let blood splash 3 feet. "Yang then?" Su Yuhan asked hesitantly. The little guy cried even harder. Eventually, when Yi Chen and Qin Xiaobei reported all the names mentioned, the little girl's mood changed when she heard Yi Ming's name. She even giggled. "Little brat." Yi Chen then scolded while laughing. "All right, you'll be called Yi Ming from now on. You're amazing when you're quiet. Moreover, you're shocking the world." "Ha ha ha!" Hearing this, the little guy became even happier. Su Yuhan could not help but smile helplessly when she saw that the 2 children take after you. They're restless and wish for the world to be in chaos. Seeing that she seemed to be a little tired, Yi Chen did not disturb her anymore. He picked up the child and said, "All right, rest well. If you feel better, try cultivating." After saying that, he carried a child in each hand and walked out. However, he heard all sorts of noises outside. He could not help but look at Tang Ning. "What's going on?" "Master." Tang Ning immediately said, "The people outside are clamoring to see you. There are too many people. I can't handle them at all." "See me?" Yi Chen smirked coldly. "I'm afraid they want to know if I'm really dying. Tell them that I won't see anyone. If anyone causes trouble, get Xiaohei to deal with them." Tang Ning nodded and walked out immediately. Soon, she returned with 2 people following her. One of them was a skinny old man in a Chinese tunic suit, while the other was a young man in a suit with a buzz cut. "Didn't I say that I won't see anyone?" Yi Chen frowned. Tang Ning forced a smile. Just when she was about to explain, she saw the skinny old man take a step forward and take the initiative to say with a smile, "Comrade Xiaoya, I'm Liang Ongua from the United Front Department." United Front Department? An undetectable gleam flashed through Yi Chen's eyes when he heard that. He immediately asked Tang Ning to make tea before leading the former into the study. After Yi Chen invited the 2 of them to sit down, he could not help but frown and say, "Old Liang, you're in a high position. Why would you lower yourself to visit me?" Old Liang smiled lightly. "Comrade Xiaoya was the pillar of China 17 years ago. Now that you're back, we're naturally concerned about you." He could not help but look at Yi Chen as he spoke to this point. "I heard that Comrade Xiaoya isn't feeling well. Is there anything I can do for you?" Cough, cough, cough. Yi Chen covered his mouth with a tissue and coughed violently a few times. He then threw the blood-stained tissue into the trash can and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Old Liang. I won't die for now." Old Liang's gaze paused on the tissue for a few seconds before he said, "Comrade Xiaoya, you seem to be hostile toward me?" He seemed to have thought of something and pretended to say, guiltily, "To be honest, when Comrade Xiaoya wasn't around, we watched the Star Group and your Yi family suffer because we had our reasons." Reasons? Yi Qin suddenly smiled. I'd like to hear it. Old Liang's expression froze, as if he did not expect Yi Qin to be so direct. He moved his lips, but he did not know where to start. At that moment, a cold voice was heard. Yi, please watch your tone. The person who spoke was the young man standing behind old Liang. Yi Qin lifted his head to look at him. Who are you? The young man smiled proudly and said slowly, I'm currently the palace master of the Dragon King Palace, Fu Yuanhua. The palace master of the Dragon King Palace? Yi Qin squinted and said, if I remember correctly, the palace master of the Dragon King Palace should be Liang, right? Fu Yuanhua said calmly, that woman has been fired because she's not capable enough to be the palace master. Yi Chen's expression gradually turned grim. Sensing his displeasure, old Liang could not help but say with a smile, Comrade Xiaoya, here's what happened. Comrade, Li Ying violated the rules a few years ago and was fired. She was sentenced to 20 years. 20 years? Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat as soon as he said that. He then said coldly, I really want to know what rules Li Ying violated to be sentenced to 20 years. 20 years was almost a felony. Based on his understanding of Li Ying, he did not want to believe it. It's not convenient for me to reveal that. Old Liang secretly frowned. Old Liang, there's nothing inconvenient about it. Fu Yuanhua, on the other hand, looked at Yi Qin and said while grinning coldly, when Li Ying was the palace master of the Dragon King Palace, she led the members of the Dragon King Palace to kill the disciples of the foreign sections. She deliberately destroyed the peace between Earth and the foreign civilizations. Boom! Before he could finish speaking, the entire study room was suddenly enveloped by a cold aura. End of this chapter. Chapter 1400. Yi Qin looked at Fu Yuanhua and said, while smiling, You deliberately destroyed the peace between Earth and the extraterrestrial civilization. Great. He thought Li Ying had committed some serious crime. He did not expect that to be the reason. What infuriated him the most was that Fu Yuanhua was serious when he said that, as if Li Ying had betrayed the country. However, old Liang was expressionless. Old Liang and Fu Yuanhua's expressions changed when they sensed the terrifying aura coming from Yi Qin. The latter could not help but panic. However, Fu Yuanhua said immediately after thinking that Yi Qin did not have much time left, Mr. Old Liang and I are only here for 3 things. Yi Qin was expressionless, say it. Be *starred. Fu Yuanhua was inwardly infuriated, but he still put on a calm face and said, Ethereal Palace has already reached an amicable agreement with us. You killed 3 elders of Ethereal Palace without permission, so you have to apologize to them. Haha, Yi Qin chuckled. What else? Seeing that he was expressionless, Fu Yuanhua continued, Secondly, you need to tell us everything that happened during the 17 years you disappeared. For example, where did you go? Why did you come back safely? Before he could finish, Yi Qin said while sneering, Is there any other fortuitous encounter that caused my strength to skyrocket? It would be best if you're willing to tell us. Fu Yuanhua smiled and said again, Thirdly, the southern border is being invaded by foreign tribes. We still lack a powerhouse. As he said that, he looked at Yi Qin with an indisputable gaze. You don't have much time left. As a member of humanity, you should sacrifice yourself for the country. Instead of dying peacefully, why don't you get rid of a scourge for us before you die? Yi Qin was expressionless after hearing that. So, you're saying that I should use my remaining days to fight for a peaceful life for you guys? That's what you should do, Fu Yuanhua said. What I should do? Yi Qin suddenly scoffed and looked at him word by word. Do I owe you anything? Have I ever taken a single cent from you? At this point, his eyes were filled with mockery. Or should I say, I'm your father? You still have to consider everything for your son before you die? Fu Yuanhua flew into a rage. Impudent! How dare you speak to me with such a tone? Who do you think you are? Yi Chen changed his gentle attitude and looked at him coldly. Then he pressed his palm down on him. Kneel. Fu Yuanhua turned pale with fright. He tried to use his early-stage, nascent soul cultivation to resist, but he found that it was futile. Plop! He knelt hard before Yi Chen. In the end, he prostrated on the ground directly, prostrating himself. Elder Liang's expression changed slightly. Comrade Xiaoye, you can't! Yi Chen interrupted him and looked down at Fu Yuanhua in a condescending manner. Who do you think you are? Even the first palace master of the Dragon King Palace, Niu Qingshan, did not dare to speak to me in such a tone. In my eyes, you're just an ant. Yi Chen got up slowly and stepped on his face. It's just a thought for me to kill you. Fu Yuanhua's face was filled with humiliation and terror. Sensing his killing intent, Old Wang hurriedly said, Comrade Xiaoye, don't act recklessly. Otherwise what? Yi Chen lifted his head to look at him. I don't know what happened up there, but I'd like to ask Old Liang send something first. Go ahead. Old Liang said with a terrible expression. First. Yi Chen looked at him steadily. Did you let the people of this world know about the group of people who dared to fight and die when they went to the foreign world to fight the great enemy? Old Liang fell silent. Second. Yi Chen said, why did the younger generation forget the blood and tears of their ancestors? Instead, they only remember celebrities and even kneel to the foreign enemy. Old Liang's expression turned grim. Third. Yi Chen took a deep breath in and said in the end, I've done you guys justice. My star group has done you justice as well. Why did we end up like this? Old Liang did not answer. Since you can't answer, ask away. I'll pretend that you guys were never here today. Yi Chen said with a cold smile, come and look for me when you've thought it through. Don't think that I'm easy to bully just because I don't have much time left. Old Liang could not help but look at Fu Yuanhua on the ground. Then, bang! Yi Chen stomped his foot and stomped Fu Yuanhua deep into the ground. He killed him on the spot and said coldly, what's the point of keeping such trash? I'll just treat it as getting rid of him for free. Old Liang's face was extremely livid. Clearly, he did not expect Yi Chen to be so bold. He took a deep breath in and left. After he left, Tang Ning quietly walked in and said hesitantly, Master, aren't you a little too? It's time to wake some people up. Yi Chen glanced at her expressionlessly and said, find out where Yang Tian is. I don't believe he's dead. Ever since he returned, he had not heard any news about Yang Tian from Yi Wen and the rest, not even if he was dead or alive. However, he did not believe that Yang Tian was dead. After all, the former had obtained his inheritance. Moreover, with Yang Tian's personality, how could he die so easily? All right. Tang Ning nodded and left. It was night, and the night shrouded everything. Yi Chen called Xiao He and the master, and servants snuck into the night. Xiao He rose into the sky and said, Master, where are we going? To Bayou. Yi Chen lifted his head to look at the south and mumbled, 17 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I wonder how Lin Tai is doing. Before he went to the ancient desolate realm, he sent the souls of his second Uncle Yi Ming, second Aunt Yang Hui, Niu Qingshan, Old Chen, and the rest into the pregnant women's stomachs. He made the 4 of them reincarnate and promised to enlighten them 18 years later. For this, he even spent 50 years of his lifespan to hide them from the heavens. His goal was to prevent outsiders from spying on them. As for Lin Tai, he followed his wishes and turned him into a ghost cultivator, cultivating hard in the unsealed Fengdu ghost city. 17 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Naturally, he had to keep his promise and find these people. The ghost city of Fengdu was a tourist attraction located in Sichuan many years ago. It had been sealed off before Yi Chen left. However, with the invasion of the foreign enemies, there were drastic changes in China. In the end, this place was occupied by a foreign sect called the Guin Gate. At that moment, there were many formations in the Guin Gate. Apart from a few ordinary disciples on duty, the rest were in the house. After Yi Qin used the Great Five Elements restriction-breaking tactic to break the Guin Gate's protective formation silently, he scanned with his divine consciousness and immediately sensed the situation in the entire Guin Gate. The most powerful person in the Guin Gate was only a perfected, nascent soul cultivator. Under him, there were only a dozen or so nascent soul elders. Such a lineup was nothing. Xiao He alone could kill all of them. When Yi Chen's gaze swept across the rooms, his eyes were cold because there were countless mortal women being raped by the Guin Gate's disciples in the rooms at that moment. Most of them were forced. Xiao He's eyes flickered as he said, "Master, should I kill them?" He knew Yi Chen's physical condition, so he did not want him to do it. "Not for now. Follow me to look for Lin Tai first." Yi Chen nodded lightly. Subsequently, he flashed and dashed into the depths of the Guin Gate. He could not help but feel excited. End of this chapter. Chapter 1401. The depths of the Fengdu ghost region were shrouded in Yin energy. Yi Chen stood in the dense Yin energy with a grim expression. "Why can't I find Lin Tai?" Before leaving Earth, he placed Lin Tai's soul into the Fengdu ghost region to turn him into a ghost cultivator with the dense Yin energy. However, he spent a full hour searching the entire Fengdu ghost region, but he did not see Lin Tai. He did not even see a ghost, let alone Lin Tai. It was as if everything had strangely disappeared. Xiao He comforted him. "Master, could something have happened here while we were away?" "Something?" Yi Chen's eyes flashed imperceptibly. "If there's a change, it would be the foreign sect, the Yin Gate, that occupies this place. If Lin Tai's disappearance is related to the Yin Gate, then I'll destroy it today." Yi Chen took a step out and ran as he thought to this point. The place where the current sect master of the Yin Gate cultivated in seclusion. The dark ghost manor. There were many formations supporting this place, and there were even many disciples of the Yin Gate guarding it at all times. The bone-chilling Yin energy would kill ordinary people if they touched it. An hour later, when Yi Chen and Xiao He landed not far from here, Yi Chen's divine consciousness passed through the layers of formations. He immediately sensed an extremely weak and familiar aura. "Great, very good." A fierce gleam appeared in Yi Chen's eyes as he flew into a rage. Subsequently, he charged toward the dark, ghost manor directly. "Who is it?" Yi Chen, who was furious, did not restrain his aura. Therefore, the disciples of the Yin Gate, who were in charge of guarding the place, were alerted. Boom, 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 as more than a dozen shouts rang out. A figure wrapped in a cold aura rushed over. "How dare you barge into my Yin Gate? You're courting death." The leader, a young man with a sinister expression, shouted ferociously when he saw Yi Chen and Xiao He wearing outsiders' clothes. "Kill them." As soon as he said that, the dozen or so disciples of the Yin Gate behind him charged at Yi Chen and Xiao He with killing intent. "Kill them. Don't leave a single one alive," Yi Chen said, and headed straight for the dark ghost manor. The coldness in his eyes grew stronger. He ignored the layers of formations and placed 2 fingers together into a sword. "Break!" Rumble. A loud sound shook the sky as terrifying energy spread in all directions. At the same time, in the dark ghost manor, in the spacious stone room, there was a platform that was over 100 feet above the ground. Around the platform, there were 4 huge black stone pillars. Above the 4 stone pillars, there were 4 ferocious chains that looked like dragons winding down. At the end of the 4 chains was a green ball of light, and of the light a figure was floating in the air. That figure was extremely dispirited and didn't seem real. It seemed to be a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. However, he was currently unconscious. His 4 limbs were tightly bound by the 4 snaking chains, causing him to be unable to move a single step. Chin of Manor, Chin of the Man and King Spirit Sect and King Sun, Chun, Das in manner, King, he and. Soon, in less than a month, your soul force will be completely absorbed by this old man. Beside the chains, there was an old man in a black robe whose face was wrapped in black energy as he muttered and laughed. Once I devour all of your soul power, I might even be able to step into the God transformation stage. At that time, I'll be able to leave a stroke on the star chart of Qingming planet. The old man stared at the illusory man with incomparable greed in his eyes. He was extremely excited. There's actually an extremely pure beginner stage, nascent soul, ghost, cultivator here. The heavens have really helped me. However, at this moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the outside world. The loud bang caused the entire stone room to shake violently. Who is it? The black-robed old man's expression turned cold as he charged out immediately. As soon as Yi Qin stepped into the dark, ghost manner, the space before him shook. As endlessine energy surged, an illusory figure appeared. It was an old man in a black robe. His entire body was filled with endless black fog. Who are you? How dare you barge into my dark gate? You'll pay with your life. Yi Chen was expressionless. He glanced at the other party and said coldly, "A mere perfected nascent soul ghost cultivator. I'd like to see how you're going to make me pay with my life." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen stretched out his hand. He stretched out his hand, and golden lightning immediately appeared in his palm. It was as if a thunderstorm was sweeping everything. Divine, devil-warding lightning. The black-robed old man's expression changed immediately. He retreated quickly. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands and condensed a huge black fog barrier in front of him. Puffed, puffed. When Yi Chen's lightning landed on the black fog, it dissipated on the spot. The black-robed old man screamed and was sent flying. His face was extremely dispirited. "Senior, let's talk things out." The black-robed old man was terrified. His expression changed drastically as he said, "I'm the sect master of the Dark Gate, Gu Qingyin. I don't know how I've offended you, Senior. Please tell me." God transformation stage. This person must be a God transformation stage cultivator. Gu Qingyin was extremely terrified. Damn it! Didn't they say that all the God transformation stage cultivators went to the depths of Yin ruins? Where did this guy come from? Yi Chen acted as if he did not see him. His body flashed like lightning and he landed on the huge platform immediately. When his gaze landed on the illusory man, trapped by the 4 chains in the ball of light, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He said with a trembling voice, "Ah, Tai, I'm here." At that moment, the illusory man who had been sleeping suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. He lifted his head slowly to look at Yi Chen. In the depths of his misty and weak eyes, tears actually gushed out. Hi, Lord." The former was Lin Tai. "Don't speak. I'll bring you back." Yi Chen used his finger as a blade and forcefully cut the 4 chains that imprisoned him. Then he waved his sleeve and put Lin Tai's soul into his sleeve. Gu Qingyin, who had been outside the whole time, became even more terrified when he saw this. Who exactly is this person? He can actually cut the soul-binding chains that the Grand Elder set up with his bare hands. Looks like that ghost cultivator knows this person. If he finds out what I did to that ghost cultivator, I'll definitely die. Gu Qingyun's heart trembled. Then he could not care less. He gritted his teeth and tried to escape through the main door. However, a young man in black came toward him. A God transformation stage, demonic beast. Gu Qingyun's scalp went numb. He immediately changed his direction and turned into a streak of black energy that shot towards the sky. "You can't escape." At that moment, Yi Chen's bone-chilling voice came from behind him. It shocked him to death, shrinking the earth into an inch. "Spare me. Senior, spare me." Gu Qingyin was so shocked that his soul almost left his body. "You can't kill me. There's still the Grand Elder of the Gu Yin Gate outside. You deserve to die for injuring my subordinate." Yi Chen took a step forward as a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. After scoffing coldly, he extended his hand and grabbed the man in his hand. Before the man could react, he forcefully performed the soul-searching tactic on the man and immediately found out what had happened. It turned out that the Guyin Gate came from a planet called Qingming. 10 years ago, the Guyin Gate descended to Earth from the outer realm. Most of the good places were occupied by other foreign sections. The Guyin Gate had no choice but to occupy Fengdu Ghost City. Then they secretly discovered the secret of the sealed Fengdu Ghost City and Lin Tai, the ghost cultivator. At that time, Lin Tai relied on the ghost cultivation method that Yi Chen passed down before he left and the unique place of Ghost City. He cultivated to beginner stage nascent soul in just 10 years. Unexpectedly, he was captured by the only god transformation stage Grand Elder of the Guyin Gate. Then he was devoured by Gu Qinyan as a human-shaped ghost energy storage device. If Yi Chen had come a month later, Lin Tai's soul would have been completely destroyed and he would have disappeared from this world. Apart from that, Yi Chen also found out from Gu Qingyan's memory that the Grand Elder of the Guyin Gate had entered a place called Yin Su with other god transformation stage powerhouses from other sects not long after arriving on Earth 10 years ago. As for Yin Su's background and other information, Gu Qingyan did not know. His duty was to guard the Guyin Gate. Yin Su. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. I'm sure that Yin Su is on Earth. However, why are there so many god transformation stage powerhouses entering Yin Su? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that there's a big secret in Yin Su? Is that the reason why so many foreign sects came to Earth? In the end, he could only shake his head and look at Xiao He. Did you kill them all? Yes. Xiao He grinned and said fiercely, apart from the women who were captured, no one from the entire Guyin Gate will be spared. As for those women, I've erased their memories. Very good. Yi Chen flicked his sleeve. Lin Tai's illusory spirit body appeared in the air again. At that moment, he looked like a wisp of thin black smoke, as if he could dissipate at any time. Only the soul fire between his brows was still burning weakly. Xiao He frowned and said, Master, can he still be saved? If it were anyone else, he might not be able to be saved. Yi Chen smirked coldly, but it's not difficult for me. Since the Guyin Gate made Lin Tai do this, I'll take revenge from the Guyin Gate. At the next moment, he suddenly leaped into the air and soared into the sky. Then he looked down at the Guyin Gate below and stretched out his hand like a giant hand that was stirring the river. Souls of the Guyin Gate condense. He formed a seal with both hands and shouted softly. Then, illusory figures suddenly appeared out of thin air within the Guyin Gate. Painful and confused souls slowly opened their eyes. Retrieve! A black flag appeared in Yi Chen's hand out of nowhere. The souls immediately surged into the black flag. Go! Yi Chen stretched his hand and waved. He said to Lin Tai's weak soul immediately, Lin Tai, this is your calamity and your opportunity. Today, I'll help you devour 10,000 souls with the 10,000 soul flag and reconstruct your ghost body. End of this chapter. Chapter 1402. After putting Lin Tai's soul into the myriad soul flag, Yi Chen took one last look at the Guyin Gate. He then stomped his foot. The Guyin Gate turned into ruins instantly. In less than an hour, the news of the Guyin Gate being destroyed shook the entire country. Countless organizations arrived in an attempt to find out something, but they found nothing. In the next 3 days, Yi Chen's injuries were getting more and more serious. However, he did not stay at home. Instead, he got Xiao He to bring him around the country. In an ordinary high school in Jinling City, on the spacious field, many students were playing basketball, and on the side, there were many gorgeously dressed women shouting and cheering. In such an exciting scene, There was a young man in a school uniform carrying a canvas bag. He bent down in the huge field and the crowd, picking up cans and bottles from time to time. It was a young man around 16 or 17 years old. His face was sallow, and he seemed to be malnourished. There were a few patches on his uniform. A boy could not help but point and laugh out loud when he saw that. "Look, Yi Chi from Class 3 is here to pick up trash again. No wonder he's the trash king of Class 3. I don't understand why such a poor person would come to school. Isn't it better to pick up trash outside when he's free? Our Class 3's face has been thrown away by him." Many people around looked at the young man and laughed. They were discussing among themselves, and their eyes were filled with disdain and sympathy. Facing the people's mockery, the young man named Yi Chi's face turned pale. He buried his head by instinct and turned around to leave. "Trashy, don't leave in such a hurry." A tall boy blocked his way and said, while smiling, "I have 10 spiritual stones here. I'll give them to you as long as you kneel to me. What do you think?" Yi Chi shook his head and was about to leave. The tall boy's expression turned cold. "Trashy, I've given you face, haven't I? Kneel now." He stretched his arm and pushed Yi Chi onto the ground as he spoke. Yi Chi clenched his fists tightly and looked at him with a pale face. He seemed to be suppressing his anger forcefully. The tall boy smirked and looked at him in a condescending manner. "What? Are you going to beat me up? Wang Dong, what are you doing?" At this moment, a cold and delicate voice rang out from the side. Then, a girl dressed rather extravagantly walked over. The girl's facial features were moving and her eyes were clear. She walked over and helped Yi Chi up. She asked with concern, "Yi Chi, are you all right?" The expression of the man called Wang Dong changed slightly when he saw her appear, and then he said, "Yang Shui, why are you helping that kid over and over again? Could it be that you've taken a liking to him?" "None of your business." Yang Shui's face instantly heated up. She then glared at him fiercely. "Wang Dong, don't look down on others just because your family has some money. If I see you bullying Yi Chi again, I won't let you off." Wang Dong snorted coldly, as if he didn't dare to refute. After all, Yang Shui's clan was the Yang clan of Jinling, and it wasn't something he could afford to offend. "And you guys were all classmates, not enemies. Is there a need to tease Yi Chi like this?" Yang Shui looked coldly at the crowd, then helped Yi Chi up and returned to the classroom. As soon as Yi Chi sat down, he felt Yang Shui's soft little hand. He blushed and said while holding his head down, "Thank you, Yang Shui." "We're classmates, don't mention it." Yang Shui grinned. Just when she was going to say something, she suddenly looked out of the classroom window. There was a skinny young man with white hair looking at the both of them quietly. There was relief and vicissitudes in the young man's eyes. Yang Shui frowned and turned around to say to Yi Chi, "Yi Chi, is that person outside your family?" Yi Chi looked over and shook his head. Yang Shui was confused. "But why is he staring at you? Do you owe him money?" Yi Chi thought about it and walked out eventually. He looked at the white-haired young man timidly. "Mister, are you here for me?" He was a little perturbed, thinking that his stepfather had run into gambling debts again. Yang Shui followed him out and looked at the white-haired young man with her guard up. She seemed to be warning him. Yi Chin looked at the young man before him quietly. He could not help but say, while smiling, "What's your name?" "My name is Yi Chi," Yi Chi said. He had no idea if it was an illusion when he said that, but he had a feeling that the person before him gave him a very familiar feeling. However, he did not know him. "Yi Chi, your surname is Yi." "That's a great name," Yi Chin nodded and looked at Yang Shui again. "What about you? What's your name?" "Yang Shui," the latter said impatiently. "Your surname is Yang." "Not bad." Yi Chen's expression was getting gentler as he mumbled softly, "Great. I'll come to you guys in a year's time. I believe Earth will be safe by then." Yi Chi looked at him in confusion. Yang Shui, on the other hand, glared at Yi Chin fiercely, Why are you being so secretive? Yi Chen smiled and turned around to leave. The stone in his heart was gradually lifted. His second uncle and second aunt's reincarnations were safe and sound, and they knew each other somehow. He did not restore their memories from their previous lives immediately. Firstly, they were still young and still in school. Secondly, Earth was not safe now. It was better for his second uncle and second aunt to be ordinary people for now. Yi Chen stood on Xiao Hei's back 10,000 meters in the sky. He took a good look at the school under his feet and said, "Let's go back." Xiao Hei was confused. "Master, aren't you going to visit old Qin and old Niu?" "No, I can already sense their aura." Yi Chen shook his head and smiled. He looked in the direction of the capital. "As long as I know that they're safe, it doesn't matter whether I see them or not." Tianan Lin City. In the past 3 days, Yuan had followed Yi Chen's instructions and mobilized a lot of manpower and resources to restore the polluted Nine Dragons Bay. As soon as Yi Chen returned to Nine Dragons Bay, he scanned the place with his divine consciousness and realized that there were 2 strangers in his house. His eyes turned grim, and he could not help but walk into the house. He saw that the living room was filled with people. Yi Hai smoked with a grim face and said nothing. Wu Lan held Su Yuhan's hand tightly, while Su Yuhan's eyes were slightly red and swollen as if she had just cried. 2 men were sitting across them at the moment. The older one was an elegant old man with glasses. He faintly exuded the aura of a superior. Next to him was a young man who was about 25 or 26 years old. He had handsome features, but there was a hint of arrogance between his brows that could not be hidden. Wu Lan could not help but stand up when she saw Yi Chen enter. She said with joy on her face, "Xiaoqin, you're back." Even Su Yuhan could not help but look at him. Yi Chen glanced at the old man and the young man and said, expressionlessly, "Who are they?" "They are." Wu Lan's lips moved slightly. Before she could finish, the old man spoke first. "You're Xiaoya, right? I'm Yuhan's uncle, Feng Mingwei." "Your uncle?" Yi Chen looked at Su Yuhan by instinct. He had never heard Su Yuhan talk about her mother's family. Su Yuhan nodded lightly and said, "They're my mother's relatives. That's my uncle's grandson, Feng Rue. My mother had a conflict with my grandfather back then, and she married into the Su family out of anger. That's why we haven't contacted each other all these years." "No wonder," Yi Chen came to a realization. He then looked at Feng Mingwei and his grandson and said, while smiling, "I wonder why the 2 of you are here." "Xiaoya, you should call me uncle like Yuhan does." Feng Mingwei looked upset, but he said, "Anyway, I'll tell you the truth. We're here to bring Yuhan back." As soon as he was done speaking, he realized that the temperature in the living room had dropped. Yi Chen's smile turned cold. "What did you say?" Feng Mingwei hesitated to speak, but Feng Rue spoke first. "Uncle, the old lady heard that my aunt isn't feeling well, so she asked us to bring her back." "What happens after we bring her back?" Yi Chen's voice was getting colder. Sensing that his tone was a little cold, Feng Rue's expression turned slightly cold. He then said directly, "Since you can't cure my aunt, you can't possibly affect us bringing her back for treatment, right?" "I know Yuhan's condition the best." Yi Chen chuckled and said while looking at him, "If even I can't cure her, do you think you guys can?" "Yi, don't you think too highly of yourself?" Feng Rue sneered and said, "You're dying. If you have that ability, why can't you cure yourself?" "Yi, we know that you were very powerful in the past, but things are different now. The Feng family has risen and become a wealthy family in Beijing, and you, mad southernie, don't have much time left." He seemed to no longer care about Yi Chen's identity, as he spoke to this point. "Moreover, you've killed the 3 people from Ethereal Palace and the Dragon King Palace's palace master. You're in deep trouble and can't even protect yourself. Do you want my aunt to die with you?" Hearing that, Su Yuhan's expression changed slightly. She stared at him coldly. "Lil Rue, how can you say that?" Sensing that the atmosphere in the room was a little cold, Fong Mingwei eventually eased the tension. To be honest, Lil Rui has already joined the Taichu Dojo. In other words, the Taichu Dojo, a large sect from outside the country, is behind the Fong family. He looked at Yi Chen and said proudly, "So you have to know that the Fong family is more capable of saving Yuhan than you are. That's not all. If the Fong family pleads for you, the Ethereal Palace and Old Liang might forgive you." Fong Rui said while smiling. Yi Chen interrupted him as if he was mocking. "Are you showing off to me that your Fong family is kneeling to the large sects from outside the country?" "You." Fong Mingwei was furious. Yi Chen said, "Seeing that the two of you are related to Yuhan by blood, I won't pursue this matter today." Scram! "Great, great." Fong Mingwei was so angry that his face turned livid. "You said it yourself. You've offended the Ethereal Palace and Old Liang at the same time. I'd like to see how long you can continue acting tough. Don't beg the Fong family to save you when the time comes." After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left quickly. End of this chapter. Chapter 1403. After watching the two of them leave, Yi Chen lifted his head to look at Su Yuhan and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry for chasing your relatives away." "It's not your fault. Uncle and his family have never cared about my life. I didn't expect them to abandon righteousness and join a foreign sect to rise." Su Yuhan shook her head and sighed. "They're pretending to care about me now. I'm afraid they have ulterior motives." "Ulterior motives?" A ferocious gleam appeared in Yi Chen's eyes when he heard that. "I only hope that they don't challenge my bottom line. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." "Let's not talk about them." Yi Hai, who had been silent all this while, put the matter aside. He looked at Yi Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, I've discussed it with your mother. We've set the wedding date for you and Yuhan to be the 15th of this month. What do you think?" "Of course, Yuhan and I have no objections," Yi Chen said while smiling. "All right, there's less than 10 days left." Yi Hai nodded and said while smiling, "In the next few days, take some time to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get your marriage certificate. Your mother and I will start arranging your marriage." Su Yuhan could not help but blush when she heard that. Her eyes, when she looked at Yi Chen again, were filled with sweetness. Yi Hai added, "It's better to have a casual wedding this time. It's just a simple invitation to relatives and friends. If it's too grand, it'll be troublesome." He knew Yi Chen's influence in China and even the world. If he really wanted to have a grand wedding, it would probably be crowded. In reality, there was something he did not say. With Yi Chen and Su Yuhan's physical condition, it might be useful to have a lively wedding to boost their happiness. "So, where are we holding the wedding?" Wu Lan asked. "Nine Dragons Bay or the church? Western style or traditional style?" "Western style." Yi Chen took over and said while smiling, "As for the venue, let's do it at 9 Dragons Bay." In the end, everyone finalized the wedding details one by one. Yi Wen and the rest began to distribute the invitations to Gu Yingying, the Xiang family, and friends and old friends who were still alive. In the next 10 days, it was a long wait and the arrangements were made. Perhaps because of the wedding, Su Yuhan looked much better, and the smile on her face grew wider. Apart from accompanying her and teaching her cultivation, Yi Chan used the resources he had to rearrange the entire 9 Dragons Bay, including formations and various facilities. There were still 3 days before Yi Chen and Su Yuhan's wedding, but news about their wedding spread everywhere, including the internet. At that moment, the entire China and even the entire world was moved. Almost everyone knew about Mad Southern Ye's upcoming wedding. As a result, countless people from all over the world traveled across the ocean to gather in Lin City. Many media outlets, newspapers, and even paparazzi carried all kinds of cameras and squatted outside 9 Dragons Bay. All of them wanted to know about the first scene. When Yi Chen heard the news, Yi Hai walked over quickly and said while frowning, "Xiao Chen, who spread the news?" The reason why he was unwilling to make a big deal was mostly because of Yi Chen's physical condition. He did not want to bring too many hidden dangers to Yi Qin. After all, it would be difficult to control the situation if there were too many people. It's not me. Yi Qin nodded lightly and said, let it be. After all, this is the only grand event in life. Moreover, I want to give Yuhan an unprecedented wedding. Yi Hai sighed and could only leave. Time passed by quickly. On the 15th, before the sky had even brightened, the area outside Nine Dragons Bay was already crowded with people. Countless helicopters descended from the sky, and luxury cars were lined up to form a 10-mile-long queue. Walmart's president and CEO, Mr. Dong Mingluan, is here with gifts to congratulate Mad Southern Yi on his wedding. They looked at the helicopter made of anti-missile alloy and the man in sunglasses who was escorted by countless professional bodyguards. The onlookers in the distance were completely stunned. One had to know that Walmart was the #1 overlord in the world's top 500, and Dong Mingluan, the leader, had come personally. Seeing who it was, the person Yi, when arranged outside, could not help but say, Mr. Dong, I'm sorry. You can't enter without an invitation. After saying these words, he was even prepared to be scolded. However, the man in sunglasses smiled faintly and said in fluent Chinese, It's all right. Say hello to Mr. Yi for me. After saying that, he turned around and got into the helicopter again, shocking the onlookers in the distance. However, the next person who arrived made their blood boil. Amazon's chairman and CEO, Saudi Arabia's prince, England's foreign minister, America's minister of foreign affairs, the richest man in the world, Bill Gates. Among the people present, there were business leaders from all over China, politicians from various countries, tycoons on the Forbes rich list, and the world's top 500. At that moment, they expressed their goodwill to Yi Qin in an orderly manner. Then they gave him their congratulatory gifts and turned around to leave. Many people exclaimed, Oh my God, how is this a wedding? It's clearly a gathering of the big shots. If I get married, I'd be willing to die if one of the big shots could hold the fort for us. It's unprecedented, in the boiling crowd. Fang Mingwei and Fang Ruwei watched this scene sourly. Even though their Fang family was a wealthy family in Beijing, they did not have such terrifying influence. He's just a dying man, Fang Ruwei scoffed and took a few steps forward. He was about to walk into Nine Dragons Bay when he was stopped. What are you guys doing? Fang Ruwei immediately roared, We're from the bride's family. I'm her nephew, and the person behind me is her uncle. How dare you stop me? The person in charge could not help but feel troubled. Just as he was about to explain, a calm voice sounded in his mind. Let them in. Yes. The man was shocked. Only then did Fang Ruwei and Fang Mingwei swagger into Nine Dragons Bay. Yi Chen, who was dressed in a suit, walked up to them and said coldly, What are you guys doing here? Of course. We're here to attend the wedding. Fang Mingwei did not give him a friendly look. As your uncle, I'm not going overboard, am I? What's going overboard is that you guys didn't send our family an invitation. Yi Chen called Yiwen over, settled them down. Soon many guests arrived. Among them were Gu Yingying, the medicine king, Sun Jiaoyan and his daughter, as well as the remaining people from the Pang family, the Yang family, the Han family, and so on. There were close to 100 people in total. Congratulations, Mr. Yi. Gu Yingying brought her niece, Chu Qingyu. However, after the Chu family was destroyed, Chu Qingyu had changed a lot. She was no longer as arrogant as before. I have to say that you're very handsome today. Gu Yingying took a good look at Yi Qin. There was a faint daze and disappointment in her eyes. In the past, she used to have feelings for Yi Qin as well. However, she had long given up on that thought after all these years. Thank you. Yi Qin greeted everyone one by one. His heart was heavy when he saw the descendants of the Pang family and the Yang family in Beijing. He still remembered Han Qinhu, Yan Nanfei, Yang Yuanqing, and the other loyal and brave soldiers of the country. However, they had ultimately sacrificed themselves in the battle against the foreign enemies. The Pang family and the other families had also declined and were replaced by the new wealthy families, such as the Fong family. It could be said that things remained the same, but people had changed. Yi Hai, who was also dressed formally, walked over. After greeting everyone, he looked at Yi Qin and said, "Xiao Qin, everyone should be here, right?" Yi Qin glanced at the crowd. Just when he was about to nod, he saw Tang Ning walking over quickly and whispering into his ear, "Bring me there." A gleam flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. He appeared outside Nine Dragons Bay in a flash. The crowd did not disperse, but everyone's eyes were on a figure at the entrance of Nine Dragons Bay. The figure was tall, young, and handsome. He was wearing a military uniform. Although his facial features were young, there was a murderous aura that made one's heart palpitate. The young man in military uniform trembled when he saw Yi Qin walking over. He then knelt heavily before Yi Qin and said in a trembling voice, "My unfilial nephew, Yang Hao greets Uncle Yi." "Yang Hao, are you Yang Tian's son, Yang Hao?" Yi Qin walked over while trembling and helped him up. Feeling his broad shoulders, he said excitedly, good boy. You've grown up. You're almost taller than Uncle Yi." He was really excited. He and Yang Tian were classmates and best friends in university. Later on, Yang Tian also got together with him. At that time, Yang Hao was only 3 or 4 years old. Who would have thought that he was already as tall as a person now? Yang Hao's eyes were slightly red and tears kept falling. "I'm very happy to be able to see Uncle Yi." "Your father." Yi Qin looked guilty. "Uncle Yi, don't blame yourself." Yang Hao smiled lightly. "I know about my father's situation. I'll tell you after the wedding. I'm here on Brother Song's order." "That brat Chia?" Yi Chen said while smiling. Then, under everyone's gaze, Yang Hao knelt heavily before him again and kowtowed a few times. "Uncle Yi, Brother Song said that he can't attend the wedding personally. He can only ask me to bring him to kowtow to you." All right. Thank you. Get up." Yi Qin helped him up again. Just when he was about to enter, his expression suddenly changed. "Your spiritual root has been crippled." He had checked Yang Hao's aptitude before. It was a rare, mutated, lightning spiritual root, but it was gone now. Yang Hao immediately smiled bitterly. That's right. A few days ago, someone forcefully removed the lightning spiritual root in Hao Er's body. Hao Er is now a cripple. Very good. Yi Qin squinted and said coldly, "Don't worry. Uncle Yi will definitely take revenge for you. At the same time, I'll recover your spiritual root." Just as he was about to bring Yang Hao in, there was a commotion at the back of the crowd, and then 2 armed helicopters flew towards Nine Dragons Bay. After the helicopter landed, 2 men in military uniforms walked out slowly. "I, Yu Feng, am here on the orders of the peerless god of war, General Luo Tinya. I wish Mr. Yi a happy wedding." The man in the lead knelt on one knee before Yi Qin. Before Yi Chen could react, the man in military uniform behind him also took a few steps forward and knelt on one knee. "I, Hong Weigua, am here on the orders of the master of the Western region, General Ning Yuntian. I wish Mr. Yi a happy wedding." End of this chapter. Chapter 1404. As soon as Yu Feng's and Ling Tian's voices faded, the crowded and noisy crowd instantly became deathly silent. The peerless god of war, Luo Tinya, the lord of the Western region, Ning Mengtian. It would not be an exaggeration to say that these 2 people's names were like thunder piercing the ears in China today. They were 2 legendary figures who were known as the god of war. However, it was such an existence who personally sent people to congratulate Yi Chen's wedding. How could everyone not be shocked? Thus, after this short period of silence, an uproar broke out like a stormy sea. When Fang Mingwei and Ning Mengtian in Nine Dragons Bay saw this, they felt even more upset. Although the Fang family was a wealthy family in Beijing, they had to be polite to Luo Tinya and Ning Mengtian. However, the 2 of them did not give face to the Fang family. "Both of you, please rise." Although Yi Chan was surprised. He still went over to help Yu Feng, and Hong Wei grew up with a smile. Yu Feng cupped his fists and bowed. Mr. Yi, due to special circumstances, General Luo was unable to attend your wedding personally. Please forgive him. Don't worry about it. Yi Chan sighed lightly and said, I roughly understand Brother Luo's situation. When Brother Yu returns, tell him that I'll go to the east to meet him. All right, I won't stay any longer. I need to report to General Luo as soon as possible. Yu Feng nodded. He seemed to have thought of something and said to Yi Chan softly, General Luo wants me to pass a message to Mr. Yi. He paused for a moment, then took a deep breath in and said, General Luo said that there's been an unforeseen event in the army. If necessary, he's willing to bring 1,000,000 troops to help Mr. Yi clear the Emperor's side in the north. Yi Chen was moved when he heard that. Yu Feng boarded the helicopter and left after saying that. After watching him leave, Yi Chen looked at the man in military uniform next to him, Hong Weigua. He could not help but say, while smiling, Brother Hong, I don't think I know the Lord of the Western region. Ning Mengtian, do I? He was not surprised that Luo Tianya would send someone to congratulate him. The only thing that surprised him was Ning Mengtian. Hong Weigua cupped his fists and smiled. It's normal for Mr. Yi not to know General Ning. I wonder if Mr. Yi still remembers Ms. Zi there. It's her. Yi Chen could not help but recall that the Zi Zhe he was talking about was the granddaughter of the Kunlun Ruins, Purple Cap Mountain Saint, Zi Qingting. To be honest, General Ning is Miss Zi Zhuer's husband. Hong Weigua added. I see. Yi Chen came to a realization and said while smiling, I wonder how Miss Zi Zhuer is doing now. Miss Zi has always been with General Ning. Hong Weigua said. General Ning has always admired Mr. Yi, but regretted not having the chance to meet him. When he heard that General Yi is getting married, he sent me here to congratulate you. Thank you. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Hong Weigua hesitated for a while, then took a few steps forward and said in a low voice, General Ning said that Earth has suffered a great calamity. Many people have long forgotten the loyalty of their ancestors. He is willing to be the blade in Mr. Ye's hand, to kill until heads roll and clean up everything. Among the 4 heavenly kings, including Luo Tianya, Song Chia, and the current Ning Mengtian, 3 of them were on Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen nodded solemnly and said, Go back and tell General Ning that I know what to do. Hong Weigua did not hesitate anymore. He turned around and got into the helicopter. Yi Chen watched him leave. At that moment, Yuan walked up and said, Brother, the wedding is ready. First, Uncle wants you to go if there's nothing urgent. All right. Yi Chen then returned to 9 Dragons Bay. The entire 9 Dragons Bay was already decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The place was filled with joy. Su Yuhan was dressed extremely beautifully today. She wore a white wedding dress that made her look like a snow lotus on Tian Shan Mountain. She was wholly noble and did not lose her worldly aura. On the other hand, Yi Chan was dressed in a suit. He was tall and handsome, causing Chu Qingyu and the other women to be in a daze. Gu Yingying said with a smile when she saw Yi Chen, the groom is here. Many people laughed and teased, Why aren't you holding the bride's hand, groom? Hearing that, Su Yuhan, who was being supported by Tang Ning in the distance, could not help but blush and bury her head. Big brother, go quickly. Yi Wushuang walked over and said with a smile, He was the best man today. It was his first time wearing a suit, and he was not used to it. Even so, his handsome face faintly looked like he was the host. Okay. Yi Chen nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He was extremely excited. Then he took a deep breath in and walked toward Su Yuhan, who was far away. Today was his wedding day. Even though he had lived for countless years, his heart could not help but twitch. It was as if all the blood in his body was about to erupt. His nervous and embarrassed expression caused the surrounding guests to laugh out loud. Clearly, they did not expect the decisive man, Southern Yi, to be so shy. Tang Ning snickered and handed Su Yuhan's hand to him. Here. Yi Chun held her soft little hand gently and clasped his fingers tightly. He said while looking at the beautiful face, Yuhan, you're so beautiful today. Su Yuhan rolled her eyes at him in rebuke. Although she was shy, she still clasped her fingers tightly with his. Yi Chun looked at her with a gentle gaze. I've said it before. I'll make the world kneel under your feet. After saying that, he suddenly extended his hand and pointed at the entire Nine Dragons Bay, as if he was pointing at it casually. Boom! With a loud bang, countless flowers grew out of thin air on the ground of the entire Nine Dragons Bay under everyone's gazes. In an instant, the flowers were like an ocean. They were colorful and contending with each other. They enveloped Yi Chen and everyone else. Everyone's eyes were instantly stunned. Su Yuhan stared blankly at the fairyland before her. Her beautiful eyes were a little infatuated. It's so beautiful. This belongs to you. Yi Chen held her hand and said while smiling, I've told you that even the fragrance within 10 miles can't compare to your beauty. After saying that, he immediately held Su Yuhan's hand and walked to Yi Hai and Wu Lan, who were already sitting high up. The two of them were also dressed formally today, but their faces were filled with gratified smiles. Mommy, you're so beautiful today. Meng Meng, who was dressed like a little golden boy, walked over with a flower basket and placed a bouquet of flowers in Su Yuhan's hand. Su Yuhan squatted down and kissed her. You're very beautiful, too. Yi Chen pulled a long face. Daddy isn't handsome? The little girl made a face at him and smiled slyly. You're not as handsome as Uncle Wu Shuang. Ha ha ha! Everyone laughed out loud. Yi Chen shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He glanced at Yi Wushuang, who was slightly embarrassed before walking to his parents while holding Su Yuhan's hand. Under everyone's witness, the two of them kowtowed to their parents respectfully according to the ancient etiquette. End of this chapter. Chapter 1405. Good girl, get up, get up! Wulan was already sobbing. She hurriedly got up and helped Su Yuhan up. Her heart ached. Then she said to Yi Chun with red eyes, If you don't treat Yuhan well in the future, I'll teach you a lesson. Mom, don't worry. Yi Chun found it funny and infuriating. According to the rules, the two elders gave Su Yuhan a red packet each. Although it was not much money, it was a token of their appreciation. Yi Hai looked at Wulan helplessly. Why are you crying on Xiaoqin's wedding day? I'm happy, can I? Wu Lan glared at him and said while wiping her nose, Think about how difficult it was for Xiaoqin and Yuhan to get to where they are today. Hearing those words, Yi Hai sighed endlessly. Dad, Mom, you have to give me your blessings. Su Yuhan smiled at the two elders and then looked at Yi Chen in a sly manner. Before I marry you, I have to make a promise with you. Tell me. Yi Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. First. Su Yuhan stretched out her gloved fingers and said with a forced smile, Who's in charge of the money after we get married? Who's in charge? You're in charge, you're in charge. Yi Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. The rest looked like they could not help but laugh. Clearly, Su Yuhan had asked that question more than once in various weddings. Second, Su Yuhan said again, Who's going to cook after we get married? Who's going to wash the clothes? Fellow Yi, you have to think carefully before you speak. The patriarch of hell, the officiate of the wedding, laughed out loud. You're mad Southern Yi after all. If outsiders find out that you wash your wife's clothes, I'm afraid it'll cause an earthquake. Yi Chen smiled helplessly. Let's hire a nanny in the future, all right? Su Yuhan could not help but roll her eyes at him. Clearly, she was not satisfied with the answer. However, she still said, Third, who's going to take care of the children in the future? I'll take care of them. I'll take care of them. Yi Chen said immediately, I'm a nanny anyway. That's more like it. Su Yuhan revealed a satisfied smile. She then held Yi Chen's hand tightly by instinct and smiled happily. Sometimes, women did not care about these things. They wanted the man's attitude and sense of security. As a woman, Su Yuhan was no exception. The patriarch of hell transformed into a priest and walked to the two of them. He winked at Yi Chen and said, "Groom, are you willing to make this woman your wife and marry her, in sickness and in health, or for any other reason? To love her, to care for her, to honor her, to be faithful to her forever?" "I'm willing," Yi Chen said with a smile. The patriarch of hell then looked at Su Yuhan. "Bride, are you willing to accept this man as your husband? No matter what?" Before he could finish speaking, a cold voice suddenly resounded. "I refuse." Everyone was shocked to see that. Even Yi Chen and Su Yuhan could not help but look in the direction of the sound. Fong Mingwei and his grandson walked out from the crowd. Under everyone's gaze, Fong Rui looked at Yi Chen coldly and said, "The Fong family doesn't want my aunt to marry you. Are you courting death?" Xiao He was furious and was about to go over. Yi Chen waved his hand to stop him. He looked straight at Fong Rui calmly. "I don't want to see blood today. I'll give you a chance to explain." Fong Rui suddenly panicked when he met his gaze, but he still said, "Yi, you're about to die, yet you insist on marrying my aunt. That's equivalent to harming her." "Is that so?" Yi Chen smiled in anger. Su Yuhan glared at Fong Mingwei and his grandson and said coldly, "Uncle, we asked you to attend the wedding because we want you to bless us. We didn't ask you to cause trouble." At this point, her beautiful eyes were extremely cold. "I hope that you won't overuse the last bit of affection I have for your Fong family." "Yuhan," Fong Mingwei said with a faint smile, "you have to know that everything we're doing is for your own good. Not to mention that Xiao Ye is about to die. Even if he's fine, he won't live for long." Bang! Yi Hai stood up heavily, his face grim. "Fong, are you guys really here to cause trouble?" The rest of the people stared at Fong Mingwei and Xiao He coldly. If Yi Chen had not stopped them, someone would have attacked them. Today was a joyous day, and yet on such a joyous occasion, a member of the Fong clan was talking about death and death. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to tolerate it. "I'm willing." Before he could finish, Su Yuhan agreed first. She then looked at Yi Chen with gentleness in her eyes. "I'm willing to do anything for him." Fong Mingwei's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Did I say something wrong? Xiao Ye has offended the ethereal palace and old Liang. He won't end well." At this point, he looked at Su Yuhan hypocritically. "Yuhan, listen to me. Go back with me. It's not too late for you to leave now. Don't regret it." "That's right, Aunt." Fong Rui agreed. "The Fong family has the Taichu dojo behind them. They can protect you and treat your illness. Enough!" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Su Yuhan's cold shout. "Fong Mingwei, from now on, I, Su Yuhan, have nothing to do with your Fong family. You're not my uncle." After saying that, she took a deep breath in and said, "Now, immediately. Please get lost." "Thank you." All right. Su Yuhan, you're good." Su Mingwei was so angry that smoke was coming out of his mouth. After saying that 3 times, he was about to leave with Fong Rui, but he was stopped by Xiao He and Yi Wushuang. Xiao He and Yi Wushuang's eyes that were filled with killing intent caused their expressions to change drastically. Su Yuhan looked at Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, let them go." Yi Chen could not persuade her, so he could only say, "Let them go." Xiao He and Yi Wushuang then moved aside. Fong Mingwei glared at Yi Chen and Su Yuhan as if he was about to leave. However, at the next moment, the clouds above 9 Dragons Bay suddenly exploded violently. Then 2 figures with terrifying auras shot through the sky. Rumble! The clouds collapsed, and the void trembled like thunder. When the 2 figures appeared in the sky above 9 Dragons Bay, 2 old figures immediately appeared. One of them wore a flat crown and a robe with lightning patterns, looking like a god that had descended to the world. The other person was completely wrapped in a black robe, and he was stepping on a huge black cloud. As he appeared, the temperature of the world seemed to have suddenly dropped. This sudden scene immediately caused everyone to be stunned. Before everyone could react, the old man in the lightning-patterned robe in the void suddenly spoke. His voice was like a great bell that shook the surroundings. Mad Southerny, I'm the Ethereal Palace's Supreme Elder, the Ethereal Patriarch. You killed someone from Ethereal Palace. Why aren't you coming up to accept your death? P.S. Chapter 2. Also, I'm outside. I'll update it when I get back. Chapter 1406. Mad Southerny. I'm the Supreme Elder of the Valley Sect, the Patriarch of Valley Een. Today is the day you die. After the old man in the lightning robe spoke, the black-robed old man behind him also shouted from afar with endless killing intent. Boom! Their voices were like rolling thunder, shaking 10 kilometers. The clouds in the entire sky could not bear the weight and dispersed. The strange sound could be heard from 100 kilometers away. At that moment, everyone in the forest city heard that voice, and they all raised their heads at the same time, looking at the two silhouettes that were akin to gods that had descended into the world. Immortals, real immortals. In an instant, countless people on the streets of Lin City knelt down heavily to the two figures. Their faces were filled with shock and respect. As expected, the immortals of the Ethereal Palace have finally come. Mr. Yi shouldn't have killed the people of the Ethereal Palace. Now, I'm afraid a good wedding is going to turn into a funeral. Sigh, what a pity. These two are at least early-stage soul formation cultivators. How can Mad Southerny, who doesn't have much time left, be their match when they work together? Countless cultivators' expressions changed when they sensed the monstrous pressure that descended from the sky. However, most of them were worried for Yi Qin. The Yi family is completely finished today. Those who had grudges with Yi Qin were gloating. At the same time, everyone in Nine Dragons Bay could not help but be shocked when the Ethereal Patriarch and the Patriarch of Valley Een appeared. The Xiang family's head, Xiang Songhe's expression changed drastically. Oh no, the powerhouses of the Ethereal Palace are here to seek revenge. What a powerful pressure. Facing them is like facing two real gods. The Medicine King, Sun Jiaoyan, sucked in a breath of cold air and said with a bitter smile, "It's over. Mr. Yi is in danger." He was not the only one. Even Yi Hai, Wu Lan, Yi Wen, and the rest had a drastic change in expression. Are they finally here? Yi Qin squinted and lifted his eyes to size up the two figures in the sky. His gaze was cold. But why did you guys have to pick the day of my wedding? I don't want to be stained with blood. Ha ha ha! Almost at that moment, Fong Mingwei and his grandson, who were about to leave, could not help but laugh. Yi, did you see that? Fong Rui turned his head and said to Yi Chen while smirking, I told you that too many people want you dead, but you didn't listen to me. Greetings, exalted immortals. Fong Mingwei took a few steps forward and looked up into the air, saying, I'm Fong Mingwei, the head of the Fong family in Yanjin. I know Elder Gua from the Taichu Temple. So you're a disciple of fellow Taoist Gua. The ethereal ancestor nodded and said coldly, Since you're not from the Yi clan, please step aside. Yu Han. Fong Mingwei immediately turned around and said to Su Yu Han, Quick, come here. As long as you cut ties with Lil Yi now, my family can protect you. The Yi family is finished today. However, to his disappointment, Su Yu Han stood next to Yi Qin and held his hand tightly. She looked at him as if she was watching a joke. You, seeing this, Fong Mingwei couldn't help but feel angry. The ethereal ancestor looked down at Yi Qin in a condescending manner. Mad Southerny, if you walk in front of us and accept your death today, I can spare your family. Yi Qin stopped Yi Wushuang and Xiao He, who were about to attack. Subsequently, he took a step forward and looked straight at the ethereal ancestor and the patriarch of Guyin. Why do you have to force me to kill people today? If you want to die, why don't you choose tomorrow? You still dare to boast shamelessly even when you're about to die. The patriarch of Guyin's eyes were sinister. Not only will you die today, but everyone related to you will also die. I'll extract your souls and torture them forever. Very good, very good. Yi Chen's gaze gradually turned cold. He then turned to look at Su Yuhan and said softly, Wife, wait for me. Watch your husband slaughter the dogs. Wu Shuang, Patriarch, protect everything for me. Since we're going to kill today, let's turn the world upside down. Let's kill until blood flows like a river. Let's treat it as using blood to pave the way for my wedding. With that, he rose 10,000 meters into the sky. His suit was extremely neat. Monstrous divine flames jumped in his deep eyes as he stared at the two of them indifferently. I'll kill you 2 pieces of trash in 3 moves. Be *starred. The ethereal ancestor was furious. Forget about 3 moves. If you can make me frown in 300 moves, I'll let you do whatever you want of me. Then die. Yi Chen took a step forward, and the aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. Fellow ethereal, leave this person to me. The patriarch of Gu Yin Gate sneered and attacked before the ethereal ancestor could. With a flick of his sleeve, endless black murderous energy shot out from his sleeve. The black murderous energy was like a tornado, stirring up terrifying waves that caused the entire space to churn. It was accompanied by soul-stirring wails and howls. Everyone on the ground could not help but look worried when they saw that. Even though Yi Hai and the rest knew Yi Chen's ability, they could not help but worry. After all, they knew very well that Yi Chen's health was not very good. Xiao He comforted Su Yuhan. Don't worry, mistress. Although master is injured, he's more than enough to kill these 2 old dogs who took advantage of him. Fang Mingwei and his grandson sneered as if they could see Yi Chen's miserable end. That would make them feel better. The patriarch of Gu Yin charged at Yi Chen with terrifying, murderous energy. He grinned. Mad Southern Yi, you destroyed my Gu Yin Gate. You deserve this calamity today. However, Yi Chen was expressionless, as if he did not see the patriarch of Gu Yin Gate's terrifying attack. He merely extended a finger and pointed at the former. Boom! At that moment, a 10,000-foot tall golden god phantom appeared out of thin air above his head. The phantom's expression was indifferent, as if it was a god looking down on the world. Emperor Green would finger. Yi Chen's expression was still calm, and his tone was cold. Boom! The god phantom slowly extended a sparkling and resplendent finger that emitted a dazzling golden light. The finger was like a giant pillar that pierced through the heavens and earth, crushing everything. This divinity was a divinity that he had comprehended after fusing the 4 elemental spirit pearls in the Forbidden Sea. Buzz! The 10,000-foot tall finger directly crushed the void and struck the world. It carried an ancient and dignified aura as it whistled towards the patriarch of Guyin. Even the ethereal ancestor couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over his body when he saw this scene. Oh no! At that moment, the patriarch of Guyin's spell was immediately interrupted. His expression changed drastically, and shocking treasure light enveloped his body. At the same time, all the hairs on his body stood up. He immediately shouted loudly, and then turned into 6 black shadows that dashed in 6 different directions. Such methods and mentality were smart and quick-witted. However, it was useless against Yi Chen's 10,000-foot tall finger. Rumble! The 10,000-foot tall finger directly covered a radius of 10,000 foot tall, as if it had turned the entire place into purgatory on earth. At the same time, it included the patriarch of Guyin's 6 clones. In an instant, 5 of the patriarch of Guyin's clones were destroyed. No. Looking at the 10,000-foot tall finger that was like a collapsing pillar, his last clone could not help but let out an unwilling roar. Boom! The 10,000-foot tall finger descended, and the clone was instantly turned into dust. He killed the patriarch of Guyin with a single finger. At that moment, the heavens and the earth suddenly fell into dead silence. P.S. There's no more Chapter 3. I just got home, so I can only write this chapter. It can be considered a guaranteed update. Chapter 1407. The Patriarch of Guin was killed with a single finger. Everyone's eyes were completely stunned. Then they looked at the white-haired figure standing proudly in the air with a dazzling divine light. Ethereal Patriarch's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. The beginner stage transformation stage Patriarch of Guin died. Just like that? On the other hand, Guiying and the rest on the ground looked like they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. At that moment, it was as if the entire world had stopped. How is this possible? How is this possible? Fang Mingwei and his grandson were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out because the scene before them was completely different from what they had expected. To them, although Yi Chen was known as the Earth's number one 17 years ago, Earth had undergone earth-shattering changes in the past 17 years. Yi Chen most likely could not keep up with the times. Moreover, Yi Chen did not have much time left. How much combat power could a dying person unleash? Therefore, they felt that Yi Chen had no chance of winning today. However, the truth was that the Patriarch of Guin was killed instantly. In an instant, countless auras hidden in the void paused before fluctuating violently. Clearly, even the mysterious powerhouses who were spying on this area were shocked. Great! After a brief silence, cheers erupted like a tide. Guiying and the rest were so excited that they could not control themselves. Who said that the 17-year-old legend of Earth had fallen? Yi Chen had once again proven everything with his combat strength. Mad Southerny, wasn't it rumored that you were only at mid-stage nascent soul 17 years ago? At the same time, a voice filled with shock and disbelief came from the ethereal patriarch's mouth. How did you grow to this extent in just 17 years? He was certain that Yi Chen's strength was at least at beginner stage soul formation. In just 17 years, he had gone from mid-stage nascent soul to beginner stage soul formation. Even in the cultivation world, he was a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Thinking to this point, he gradually felt a trace of regret. Hearing that, the Patriarch of Hell, who was on the ground, could not help but scoff. In reality, he had underestimated Yi Chen. Yi Chen had been in the ancient desolate realm for less than 2 years. In 2 years, he had advanced from mid-nascent soul to late-stage soul transformation. If news of this got out, it would definitely shock the top 100 stars in the world. Yi Chen placed his hands behind his back when he met the ethereal patriarch's fearful gaze. His killing intent did not decrease. Instead, it increased 2 more moves. It's enough to kill you. The Patriarch of Ethereal's face turned cold. Are you sure you want to fight me to the death? Right now. You're forcefully consuming your chi and blood. If this goes on, you'll definitely die. Why don't you give up? I said I'll kill you, so I'll kill you. Yi Chen took a step forward. This kid was able to kill fellow Taoist Gu, so his strength is probably not inferior to this old man's. Looking at how confident he is, I'm afraid he still has the strength to unleash that terrifying finger attack. Just now, ethereal ancestor's eyes were sinister. Although I'm confident that I can take that blow, I will have to pay a price. It will affect my plan in Inshu in the future. It's not worth it for 3 useless nascent soul cultivators. We can't fight. Retreat. He was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, so his temperament was naturally different from ordinary people. In an instant, he had thoroughly comprehended the power within. At the next moment, he immediately spat a mouthful of blood essence. The moment his face turned pale, his body turned into a blood-red streak and shot out at the speed of lightning without hesitation. Countless people were in an uproar when they saw that. 2 god transformation stage powerhouses had joined forces to kill Yi Chen, but in the end, one of them died and the other fled. You can't escape. Monstrous killing intent surged in Yi Chen's eyes. As he took a step forward, ripples immediately rippled out from the void. His figure immediately disappeared from heaven and earth, merging into the void. He was actually 30% faster than the ethereal ancestor's blood escape. When Yi Chen's figure appeared again, the blood shadow that the ethereal ancestor had transformed into was less than 30 meters away from him. Yi Chen did not hesitate at all. He extended his hand in an extremely simple manner and slapped the space where the ethereal ancestor was. The palm landed on the void, causing the space to collapse. Then it turned into an earth-shattering storm that swept in all directions at an extremely terrifying speed. Blurg! Under such a storm, the ethereal ancestor's blood escape collapsed instantly. He spat a mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely pale. At that moment, his heart was filled with horror. One palm. Yi Chen had injured him with just one palm. Only then did he believe what Yi Chen had said earlier. Killing him within 2 moves was not just an empty promise. Thinking to this point, he retreated hurriedly. As he retreated, he roared, "Fellow Yi, I didn't touch a single hair on your body. Why are you forcing me?" Many people who had been following from afar were dumbfounded. The dignified ethereal ancestor was beaten by Yi Chen to the point of running away like a rat and begging for mercy. Yi Chen's expression was cold as he stopped and looked at him. "Today is my wedding day. I didn't want to start a bloodbath, but you guys insisted on courting death at this time. Since that's the case, let's kill until blood flows like a river." With that, he stepped into the air and threw a punch. As soon as the fist force took shape, endless lightning moved in the sky. It was as if the hand of the thunder god had shaken the world. Universe collapsing lightning strike. As an extremely indifferent voice slowly came out of Yi Chen's mouth, the lightning between heaven and earth turned into a terrifying 7-colored lightning ball. It faintly emitted an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Thunderous booms reverberated in the air, and a terrifying storm containing dazzling lightning surged out, crashing down on the ethereal patriarch. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the ethereal ancestor spat a mouthful of blood and screamed. His body collapsed, and his primordial spirit emerged with a horrified expression. Sensing Yi Chen's attack again, the ethereal ancestor's primordial spirit was even more terrified. He roared into the air, "Fellow Tin Kuei, save me. I'll repay you handsomely." As his voice fell, the space before him suddenly shook. The space in front of him suddenly shook, and then a green figure appeared. It was a green-clothed old man with a walking stick. The old man glanced at the remaining primordial spirit of the ethereal ancestor and cupped his fists at Yi Chen. "Fellow Yi, I'm Tin Kuei, old man from Tin Kuei Valley. Can you let him go for my sake?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yi Chen's indifferent voice. "Those who save him will die too." As this voice fell, heaven and earth shook for a moment. Tin Kuei old man's expression changed slightly, as if he did not expect Yi Chen to reject him so arrogantly. The ethereal ancestor cried for help again. "Fellow Tin Kuei, save me, save me." Ethereal ancestor took a deep breath in and looked at Yi Chen again. "Fellow Yi, you've already established your reputation by killing fellow Gu." End of this chapter.